rolling through the bluff, trolling through the blockchain, slinging heavy clout. Spitting on the mic, what's the latest, what's about? Politicians ripping headlines, flipping out in the heart of the South, where the whispers turn to shouts. Meetings in the shadows, hustlers making plans, deals going down, gripping tight, shaking hands. City buzzing loud, news dap in demand. Dirty South vibe, deep roots, dirty land. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth over till the sin. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Rappers on the come up, topics in their rhymes. Truth spilling raw, cutting through the grime. Events popping off, party scenes in their prime. Southern nights wild, about to lose track of time. Headlines breaking, cities heart be racing. Discussions, heavy heads nodding syncopation. From the bodega gossip to the mayor's dictation. Southside stories, raw truth, no hesitation. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth over till the end. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth over till the end. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth over till the end. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Dirty South, living thick skin, thick skin. Dirty South, living thick skin, thick skin. Rappers on the come up, topics in their rhymes. Truth spilling raw, cutting through the grime. Events popping off, party scenes in their prime. Southern nights wild, about to lose track of time. Headlines breaking, cities heart be racing. Discussions, heavy heads nodding syncopation. From the bodega gossip to the mayor's dictation. Southside stories, raw truth, no hesitation. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth over till the end. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth over till the end. Dirty South, living thick.
What's good? What's good? We'd like to welcome everybody to another episode. Matter of fact, episode 37 of the Drive-By Discussions with OGDoDirty and
your guy over here, Wrestler. I can't believe 37, man. Keep climbing it. Keep climbing the charts.
Yeah, man, I'm loving it. I'm loving. Appreciate everybody that's going to be coming in. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to drop this here link. You already know it's an open panel. We will be having a discussion tonight. You are welcome to join the discussion. How your night been going, brother?
So far, so good. It's been pretty good. Pretty busy time. It's been a while since I've actually done a stream and then turned around and did a D.B.D. I was like, oh,
yeah, pushing, bro. You pushing. Man, if y'all ain't went over there and checked out Resla, man, he's doing a phenomenal job over there, man. Make sure you go over to the Resla's channel, subscribe, hit the notification bell. And even if you did hit the notification bell, go out of it and then go back there and re-click it. So just to make sure it's activated. So you know anytime that he go live, you'll get that notification. The link is dropped for y'all. It will be pinned on both channels. So if people want to come up, you can come up. Just hit the link. Should bring you up. I'm pinned on the OGDoDirty side. You should be pinned over on the Resla side.
Sure is.
We got Locksmith Jeremy in the building. Appreciate you, Locksmith, for being here. Katie K is in the building. How you say it?
Katie K, yep.
Yeah, okay. In the building. Appreciate you coming through, love. Everybody that's gonna be coming through, Joshua, he said let's go 8 minutes ago. You know what I'm saying? You know how he do it. He been in this thing. We got some good stuff, man. We're gonna go over tonight. The first thing I think we're gonna go over, I think it's the I think I put back there was the dog. Yeah. Protection. Some people had protection at the house. This dude he thought he had protection, and this dude had to let him know that his protection wasn't good enough. And I want to see what you guys' thoughts is about this. Oh yeah, well, before we start going, we got a guest in the back. We're gonna go ahead and bring up with two guests in the back. We got Mayo Monkey, and then we got our boy L.A. Wilkes is in the building. What's good with you, brothers?
What's up, man?
Man, chilling, man. Ready to get this D.B.D started.
I'm surprised LA awake.
That's a fact.
Yeah, I'm gonna do so long.
Kind of figure he was up doing You know what I'm saying? Getting stuff ready. You know, if you ain't checked out LA Wicks, go over and check out the Thin Black Line and go check out LA Wicks. How you say your first channel, bro?
LA Wilkes Show.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I thought it was something else behind that, bro. When you it is something else behind that, ain't it?
Yeah, I think it was LA Wilkes, Thin Black Line.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Man, y'all make sure y'all go over there, subscribe to both his channels. If he ain't got it all on one together, we'll fix that for you. Make sure he got the Thin Black Line on the LA Wicks channel, so y'all can just subscribe to both of them. You know what I'm talking about? Get the subscribers up. Oh, you want to go ahead and run that first one, brother, so we can get straight into it? Because I want to see what they think about it. Because, you know, this is going to be kind of...
You said the first one?
Yeah, just going to rock that first one on now. Fuck it. We're going
to get the protection?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and see what they think about this good protection. What he said to that man. He was kind of wrong for telling them that, but fuck it. You know what I mean? It is what it is. He told him the truth.
So if you come in and my dogs attack you,
your dog's not attacking me. They soft as butter. I've already been in there with the dogs.
You've been in my house.
We were actually, I was in your house, yes. The dog ran on the couch, started watching TV.
I bet.
He said, I bet.
So do you believe that it's best to have good protection in your house? Now, just saying, if you got a house dog, would you want a house dog to be a protective house dog, or would you just want to just have a dog that'll just let somebody come in and just do what they want to do?
He got to do some work.
You say what?
He got to do some work. That motherfucker's just letting people win. He got to go.
It's the case shit. Well, I was posed this question by a friend because he came and he was like, I want to go fishing. I said, well, we got to watch out for the dogs because, you know, these dogs up here, so, you know what I mean, kind of protective. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I don't know if you know what I'm saying, will be able to do something like that because, you know, I don't have those type of dogs that just let somebody come in, especially if they don't know you. So it'd be a problem. But I always thought, well, is it good protection to have not an attack dog, but just a dog that'll stand on his own when somebody try to hit him or try to do anything nefarious to him while they inside your house? You would want something to protect yourself, won't you?
That dog is watching Maury.
Well, some of the best dogs I've seen for protection, there's dogs that'll let you in the house.
Won't let you out.
But won't let you out.
That's a fact. I seen them. It was good with your little RDS.
And you also got to teach your dogs not to take treats from other people.
Mm-hmm. Difficult one there.
Because that's what they're doing now. They're just poisoning dogs.
Yep.
It's good with your life, man.
Very difficult thing to do.
Sure. Oh, Lord.
What do you think, LA?
About what part?
About the part where what they just got to saying about the treats and shit.
Yeah. I've never did that. That's why I don't never let my dogs eat from table. That's why I don't play that table scrap shit. I only want them to get used to it.
Yeah, I agree with y'all. I ain't never been a person of letting people, you know what I'm saying, put favor on my dog like that. Even if they had treats, it's given to me, I'll give them to them. I don't need you to do it. You know what I mean? Type stuff, because I don't want them to, you know, get used to that. You know what I mean? Like y'all was saying. I agree. All right, so we're going to go ahead and slide into this next one. It's going to be a little more, it's just funny. When it's first too funny, you know, just to break the ice. If somebody disrespected you like this, what would you do? Would be the question. You go ahead and run it, wrestler, if you want to.
You bitch. Man, why you do that for? You make me waste my fucking liquor now. I don't like to waste my fucking alcohol now, bro. Don't do that shit no more. I couldn't even get the damn shit down. I'm here bullshitting. Damn, shit went right back in the bottle. Right back in the mouth. I got it in my mouth.
I can't help it. That shit is funny.
If your nephews or your kids did this to you, what would you do to them?
No, somebody got to die.
You only got the tasting.
Number one, I ain't gonna disrespect them and threaten their license by drinking in their goddamn car.
Oh shit.
Man, fuck that. I ain't driving. Why not?
This nigga locks
If
them
you drive,
crazy.
you're the one getting the ticket for open container.
Fuck him. No, I'm just playing.
Man, that shit was funny as hell. That nigga said he stays it out, try to eat, went back in the bottle. So you didn't waste none. You didn't waste none. Look at this disrespectful. I was about to take me a good sip, nigga. You made me pour it back in the bottle like it.
Oh shit.
What y'all
Even
think
he had to
about
laugh
that?
after a while.
I'm telling you, bro, that shit was funny, bro. Because the next thing I was gonna tell you, what if that nigga came to your house with that bottle and pulled you up a shot?
Oh yeah.
Hey, all them germs be dead though, right? There you go.
I'm not a liquor drinker, so I want to ask you guys. Yeah, we got spoon in the bag.
What about you passing a blunt on? See, there you go.
Oh man.
Oh, you just gonna catch whatever they got by then. Oh, this nigga here tripping. Look at this nigga. Look at this crazy ass nigga. Look at this crazy ass nigga right here. I'm gonna make that into a screenshot.
Facts.
That nigga look crazy. No, but for real, would that be disrespectful if a nigga if somebody did that to somebody in the car, then they came over to your house and nigga, you didn't know that happened to them earlier that day, nigga, and they pulled you up a shot? How would you feel?
No, I'd be pissed.
And then you seen this video like, nigga, let me show you after they pulled up a shot, you didn't hit the shot and everything, and then they show you, look what this nigga did to me in the car. Nigga, you made it, and it made it all go back in the bottle. Well, how would you feel? We
getting fucked up. We getting fucked up. Fuck.
How you feel?
Would you fight that nigga? I mean, what would you do? What would be your reaction to it? You getting a whole shot of some liquor that been in a nigga mouth?
No, ain't happening.
Oh, that someone's getting shot.
Yeah, I'd be pissed. Yeah, no, I don't play with my liquor. You're absolutely right about that.
Hey, I thought that shit was funny, man. I thought that dude I thought it was hilarious that he did it, but that's the first thing that came to my mind. Like, nigga, what if that nigga came to my house and was like, hey, OG, you want a shot? And I was a drinker. I'm like, yeah, cuz, go pour me up something. That shit went down that nigga mouth and he didn't spit it back in there and I'm drinking that nigga saliva. Oh, fam, liquor don't kill anything.
Oh shit, that was funny.
Yeah, you taking in another man's DNA. How you feel about this, Spoon?
I don't take in no man's DNA. That's
There we
nasty.
go. See, if I said it might be a fight, I might have to drop kick this nigga.
It might be a fight. No, there's someone dying. That's nasty. You gotta die, nigga. You done put that in your mouth and then gave it to me. You intentionally did that shit, so you gotta die.
That shit was funny as shit.
That was funny as hell, man.
Well, it's time to have the discussion, people. We didn't got the funny videos out the way. I got one video I want to see, y'all. Y'all can break it down. Tell us when to stop it. Why it playing. It's a young lady. At first, we don't know who the young lady is. You can guess what kind of lady she is, but she's a youngin' that's outside. Police found walking around. They're going to go to different apartments, try to find out who the kid this is. It's just a crazy story. It's kind of long, but we're going to run through a little bit of it, then we'll skip forward just to see her, and then you'll see what I'm talking about.
He keeps pointing to this one. I've never seen this little kid. Monday, April 1st, 2024, Elyria, Ohio. Police receive a call from a woman who reports finding a 2-year-old child walking alone without an adult in sight. The officers are dispatched to the location to assist the child and get him back home, unsure of how long the child has been out there by himself. They need to find his family before it gets any colder and before the little one starts to get scared. I'm Tyler, and this is your daily dose of crime.
Hi.
Who's a trash media?
Pulling up to the mailbox, and he was on the opposite side, like in my window, like this. So I got out.
You
And
little
he was
nigga
like,
boy.
no, he was in the car. He was
No,
like,
but he was like looking at
looking
your
in the
car.
car.
Okay.
So I was like, oh,
What you over
Lord.
here
And he like was
stealing?
crying a little bit. So I got out, and he like gave me a hug.
He was out there stealing that lady.
Where do you want to
Man, you live
go?
down
Hey,
here?
just finna
And he
steal.
pointed.
Do you live down
Yeah,
here?
that's my house right
Okay.
there.
Do you recognize this?
I don't. I have actually never seen him.
He tried to go in her house. Like I was like, where do you live? Where do you stay? And he pointed across the street. So I walked him across, and then he like pointed in, and she was like opening the door crack, just kind of peeking out. And he tried to walk in, but I haven't seen anybody. I don't heard anybody.
Hey, buddy.
He's in diapers.
Hi. Is he
With this
totally
little shitty
Why
ass
you
little
nigga
boy
walking in
around.
diapers?
Okay.
I can't make out what he's saying. So I'm saying at least 2 or 3. I'm
I
right
keep on telling y'all,
on.
JP a good day.
Hey, you're right.
JP a
And
good
I'm
guy.
back there 134, and he's pointing over.
I know y'all won't
Never
believe
said
it.
she's never seen him on her strip.
Do you know your name?
Found him in this area.
Do you know your name?
Inside of my car.
Just these nuts.
No.
This nigga out of line.
He would say something, but we had out here a good 20, 25 minutes. I was called for it. And
Do you want to grab their info and then can we just sit him in your?
I tried. Because he's so cold. He doesn't want to. So I'm trying to understand him. Like,
You good watching it? I'm just gonna run through some calls to see if we have anything down here.
The woman who called 911 is with the child when officers arrived. She states she noticed the child when it walked up to her car window as if they were looking for someone. The 2-year-old appeared to have been crying, so the woman tried to help him find his mother, but the search proved to be unsuccessful. The officers now take over the situation and begin looking around the area, but it becomes clear this will not be an easy task, as the child doesn't seem to be able to speak.
Pause it real quick.
That's what I'm saying.
So y'all know the premise of the story so far. The kid is out there and they don't know who the mom is. They think he been out there for a little bit since the people that's been out there didn't call. It's cold. What do y'all got so far of this? Which I think.
He trying to break in cars already. Yep. Hey, how much y'all want to bet if JP saw that little boy out there like that, when he come by and pick that little boy up, if he knew he can get a check from that kid every month?
If he ain't a bad father, I keep saying this shit, man. All these terrible ass parents, that nigga is not a bad parent compared to these bitches.
He just teach them unorthodox way. That's all that is. He's not a bad father. Like I said, he's a good nigga. Just like I've been saying, he a butler just like the rest of us.
Just like OJ.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a butler for fucking sure. Because when them motherfuckers come to next that nigga be showing teeth, nigga.
All goes.
Ducking and
I
driving.
didn't say, yeah, you know it. All goes, nigga. Yeah, damn it. Yeah. No, I just thought this was messed up, man. When I first seen this, I thought there was and I want y'all to see when they walk up to this lady's apartment and knock on her door. That shit gonna be hilarious.
That little
You
nigga
see
shouldn't
this
be running
trash
away.
on
He
the
should,
side
they
of the
should lock
fucking
him
house.
up.
Bro, I ain't bro.
That fucking trash.
They should lock his little ass up.
Yeah. Try to break into the fucking house too.
It's a lot
Go
of
ahead.
things over, so he looks familiar.
Okay. All right.
Come on, buddy.
Okay. I'm having dispatch go through all 6 of these streets, so just to see if there's ever been a call before. Is this your house, buddy? Is this your house?
Hell no, it is today though.
One?
Let me get a
Are you my
Let me
friend?
knock on it first, bud. All right.
Hey man, can I borrow you for a second, if you don't mind?
Because you're young. Do you live down here?
No, I live on 7.
You live down here. Do you recognize this one?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. What?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We're trying to
We
figure
don't
that
know.
out.
Tom, is he violating people's rights by asking no questions?
I don't think he is.
She knows who he
They
is?
trying to do their best. They
No,
know it.
cops can ask questions. I don't know why you asking that dumbass question.
Okay.
You know, you see it. You know, when cops ask people questions, you violating their rights.
Oh, really? Yeah.
What's that?
What?
Okay, sir.
So you live right here? Yeah. Okay, so I thought that's.
Look, everybody trying to steal. Everybody trying to snitch.
Yeah, I did. That's
You noticed that shit?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's so. Pause real quick, Reza. Do you think them people is trying to snitch this lady out, or do you think these people is trying to really find this little boy, where he live at?
They trying to snitch that bitch out. They don't like her.
What you think, Rez?
I gotta see a little bit more. But it could be an opportunity. It depends on how ragged this chick is. I mean, I keep looking at that damn trash.
Bro, this fucked up spot they in, dog.
But they got green grass though.
Okay, look at Marcus checking out the grass. Oh no, this locksmith up here. Okay. No, my fault. It's locksmith. My fault, sir. My fault. But hey, look here. Look at both.
I'm the straight one. I'm the straight one.
You gonna make this nigga come out the class. Lord Jesus. I'll go ahead, Rez.
Oh, you know my sons.
Hey, dear. I know you usually know like
Yeah, I
everything
usually try
that's
to help
going on.
you.
So I'm like,
Hey, how you
maybe
been?
she knows she's home. Have you seen him? You helped us.
Yeah, I helped
some
y'all
weird
Well, let's
down
fix it
here,
up to this white
Yeah,
man.
hot
Oh,
mess.
look at them toes though.
Yeah, I got a
Tom ain't
house
saying
full
nothing
of
about them
sisters.
feet. Look at that white paint.
Oh,
Alright,
them
come on,
feet,
buddy.
feet
That
is
might make
beautiful.
Yeah, you seen
Beautiful.
him. Yeah, you seen him.
Possibly.
Yeah. Look like Arlette feet.
How long was he with you guys?
He was with us probably
And
about.
pop the balloon.
The officers check with nearby residents to see if anyone recognizes the child, but no one does. They all say they've never seen him before. It's certainly troubling to start off with this kind of scenario because there's a real chance the child might not have even been from the area and could have walked much farther than the officers originally thought.
He keeps pointing to this one.
This way. Well, I think he might be confused.
Come on, let's go try down here. Let's just stop here for a second and see if he starts.
Well, he better than me. I'd have left that little nigga on the side of the road
You
with a note.
recognize any of this? Here?
And then you know you gonna help that nigga.
Man,
You got
I
that
ain't
Drake
gonna
there
do it.
too.
Billy would have put $5 in his pocket and a pack of cigarettes.
Because we're trying
Yeah.
to, he's all alone. We're trying to find it. Can you show us?
What's that note gonna say,
Yeah,
LA?
he's been like walking around pointing at every
Get
door.
this little
So if
nigga
you
back
know
home.
him, we really appreciate it.
All he had to do was go and get
You
that
recognize
motherfucking McDonald's cheeseburger. And ate. That motherfucker would have told him whatever he wanted.
One
So
second,
he
buddy.
know how to play games, these ghetto kids.
I think he stayed at 103.
You gave him a
This is
Happy Meal, that
103.
motherfucker would have told him whatever they wanted.
105. Okay, here, buddy. We're going to go to the next one. Really?
There's supposed to be a car for them.
We got this little boy walking around with a shitty diaper. This is crazy.
Do you guys recognize him
Hey,
at all?
it's the world we living in, dog.
He's not from this street.
They don't even want to pick him up. He do got shitty butt.
What's his name?
It's just we don't know. You won't say anything.
Let me knock at the door. I thought that was first time.
Look, that nigga just don't walk in
The
people's house.
child
He just
walks
walking
door
up
to
the
door,
door.
believing one of the houses is his, which suggests that his family might live nearby. However, the officers have not found the correct house, and the overwhelming number of homes combined with no one recognizing
bet
the
his mama
child
dropped
starts
his
to
ass
raise
off on the corner.
concerns. Could the child be from another area, and does his family
I
live in a
blame this
different
on little boy,
neighborhood?
man.
Okay.
The little boy don't know his address and that.
All right, let's try one.
Nigga, LA
He
ain't
must,
shit.
he must be slow. You walk around. You walk around in the snow with a shitty diaper or something wrong with him.
Oh my
He
God, this
ain't
nigga out of
he
line.
ain't even crying nothing. Yeah, you uncomfortable. Get this little psychopath.
Here, buddy.
I bet you his mom is fat and white, ain't she?
Do you know this? That would explain why.
Hey, she gonna come up here in a minute.
Hello. Hey, buddy. Is this yours? This one?
Is this yours?
This is? No.
Then you know whose this is.
No, they talking about the kid or the car.
All right.
They're talking about the kid.
Well, do you know? I know a lot of people down here have kids. Do you know anyone that this might come to mind?
This is not a
might belong
scandal.
to?
Honestly,
Because I know I don't see a lot of cars here today too.
The white chick gonna snitch.
there's not been a lot of cars here. Most of the people with cars kind of moved for real, but there is. Yeah, the girl that I know with kids, her car isn't here though. So I'm not,
You're all I have left. All right, thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, you're totally fine. Come on, buddy. And we have two options. It's not super cold, so we don't have to take him back right away. But let's snap a picture of him. Let's send that to hey buddy, tell Mike Walker, and then he can give that to Lee. Okay. Just call Mike. Be like, I'm gonna send you a picture. See if we can get that up on Facebook.
They took his picture to see if he got a record
I'll
already.
watch this because it's
right.
not, like raining.
Sure
or
enough.
anything. Take him back to the cruiser. Or... Yeah, take him back to the cruiser. Call
You
Mike.
still
Let him
walking
know
with them
what we
shitty
have.
drawers on.
I'm gonna
Ain't
go
nothing happening.
walk around just to see if
That's
anyone
crazy.
else is
This little boy
walking,
nasty,
looking for their
man.
kid. Come with me, man. Let me grab a picture of him just so I can show other people. I can send you mine.
This is crazy, OG.
Hey, we having a discussion, sir. We gonna talk
Just
about
send
it.
it to Mike.
You gonna see
You
the
ain't
mama
shit
pull
for
up
this
just a
one.
minute. I'm just the mama gonna pull up in a minute,
That
sir.
on social media, put him in a car, and then.
I think looking like a little essay.
Do you know who this
Hey.
boy is by chance, man? Tim?
Oh no.
Because there's not a lot of cars.
Have you ever
here,
seen
and
him before?
No one has ever
If I've seen him, he's probably been in the front or somewhere. But
So we have a
no.
nonverbal
Okay.
child.
Okay.
Probably between the ages of 3
Aw,
and 4.
So he was down there looking in a lady's car, like a, but
Still
we
shit.
don't know if
with
They gotta.
yeah,
Did you
we don't
ask
know
him
if he
knows
was.
his way home.
He can't.
These little nosy ass black bitches.
We're just kind of
That
going
was
around.
my
Like, he
my
keeps going
fucking
up to, like,
business.
every door, like,
That's called the rest.
but everybody's saying they don't recognize him.
They're so stupid. They get on my fucking nerves.
This nigga is crazy, dog.
bring him back there.
Back to the station.
Back to the station.
Did y'all call
Maybe
us
do that
home?
canvassing. So
The
I
bitch,
can
if we called
canvass.
us home, we would
You
know
wanna
he
take that?
wouldn't be out here by
Or I
himself.
can take back, but he's gonna
What
start
you
uploading
talking
social
about?
media.
Yeah, I can take the kiddo back
Okay.
if you want to do that. You have all your notes.
That nigga
Yeah, I got it
walking
right.
again.
I got
Look,
it
they
there.
better go
Yeah.
grab him.
Come on, buddy.
Y'all need a
Let's
little
go
leash
That
on that
motherfucker,
nigga.
he about to escape
Jack,
from them.
go tase that little motherfucker, man.
You need a leash on him, bro. That nigga about
He
to
trying to
disappear on
run.
y'all.
He gonna run. They better
Okay.
tase him.
Oh, they gonna put him in the back of the car. That's
With
fucked
no
up.
luck so far, the
No,
officers
sir.
decide
He
to
need to
send
be back
pictures
there.
of the child to the
Nah,
station,
bro. You could at
asking
least
for a
put the
public
nigga in the
alert
front
to be
seat with
placed
you,
on
bro. That's a
social
little
media
kid,
to
bro.
try
He
and
got
locate
shit in his
Oh,
family.
fuck
diaper,
that. He
dog.
trying to break in the
The
cars
child is
already.
taken to the
He
station
got
to
shit
be
in his
Nah,
diaper.
investigated
I'm
bro.
not
before
gonna
his
let that
family is
shit
That ain't
found.
right,
And
bro.
Man,
officers worry about
he lucky
creating
he
a
got
more
in the
stressful
middle. He ain't in the
situation for the
trunk.
child, so they then continue searching alone while letting the little one get some rest. How long will the search take?
He
The
still
police
got
are
that shit.
starting to fear it could be a case of abandonment.
They found her?
Bro, that trash
Your
everywhere is
mom?
crazy.
Where do you stay? What's your son's name?
Why they black that shit out?
I don't know. That's that.
You're cool here, man. Is there anyone else at the house? Or is it just you?
It's their dad's there right now.
Okay, so who's supposed to be looking after him?
Me. That's me.
Okay.
He just it had been like 20 minutes ago. I usually leave my screen doors locked because he opens my door and go out. This is the second time he's done it. And I called him. He was at the park. This was what, day before yesterday. He just started doing this. I don't play that. My kids don't come outside at all, play with other kids. They're always in the house. That's probably why, because he's always
That's why
in the
they're trying to
house.
escape.
That's right.
What's your name?
Division, D.E.B. A.S.H.I.A. R.O.W.
This is your last name?
Yes.
R.O.W.
S.E.R. I got 4 kids too. It's not just him.
Locksmith will make us squirt.
What's this nigga about to do?
I heard you made a squirt.
All right, man. So what we're gonna do, we have him at our station. All right, so I'm just gonna take you back, and then we'll talk about everything there. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So you want to hop in the back of mine? And we'll get you going.
Can I let my baby's father know first?
Yeah, I'll drive you. I can drive you over there, and
fine.
yeah, we'll get it handled there. All right?
Okay.
You want to get on the passenger side? We'll get on the passenger side.
Wait a minute. Why would
That's right. Why ain't she in cuffs?
After nearly an hour of searching, officers finally located the child's mother, Devashia Rouser.
I love how she said it was
brought
just
to
20
the station
minutes.
to be reunited with her child. While the mother
Said
was
it was 20
relieved to have
minutes.
her boy back, the
Yeah, that's what
officers
she said.
noticed some inconsistencies in her story. She had claimed that her children were very shy and rarely left the house, but the child seemed comfortable interacting with strangers.
Oh, he's already going down on the sucker.
Good little shitty
You
ass
already
baby.
talked to Sergeant Walker about some of the resources that are available. So this card has the QR code, and you can follow. There's numerous different resources that you can go.
So with a no
I just
chase.
want to talk to you about what happened. This isn't interrogation or anything. I just want to have a friendly conversation.
No, it's
kind
no
of
funny
about
conversation.
what
Bitch, you
happened,
going to
what
jail.
led up to this. This isn't going to be used against you.
Yeah,
or
body
anything.
cam trying to look at her coochie.
Do you have any other children in the home?
Yes. I have
Okay.
3 other kids. I have a 6-year-old, a 4-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a 9-month-old.
Okay. Same father?
Yes.
Okay.
Same father.
For all 4?
Yes.
Okay. Is he in the home with you?
No,
Okay.
he's there sometimes. I usually don't have any problems. Like he did a day before yesterday. That was the first time it ever happened to me. But I'm starting to think that like they're in the house so much, and he wants to probably get out. And you know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. My sergeant mentioned he was doing stuff with his ears when you were talking to him, and you said that your other son does that.
Yeah, my other son does do that.
Which other one is doing
The oldest.
You ain't giving them little niggas bags.
Okay, so stop right there. Pause right there.
It's like when they get.
Okay. So did y'all catch the signage of what he was saying? Have anybody seen that or heard of that when they say kids do that?
When he grabbed their ear?
Mm-hmm.
What is it, ear infection?
It can be a state of some type of abuse where they revert to trying to calm themselves down in a way of grabbing their ears, like they fiddle with their ears a lot. I'm trying to think of what study that was. They was doing it on them damn kids.
Oh, gee, you been reading?
No, I just watch a lot of. I just be watching a lot of documentaries, bro. And you know, they have people that be doing certain shit, bro. Like, you know, when you be watching documentaries, they be finding people that be harming people and shit, and they get arrested and shit, and then they go and look at the victims and they tell you about the symptoms that they had and the stuff that they be doing afterwards. It can be a sign of. Have you ever heard of that?
Nah.
That's trauma.
Yeah, bro, because that's why people report it. Like she just got through saying that he noticed that they keep on reverting to that, like keep on touching their ears when you talk to them. Like only when they talk to him, they go to doing that.
What could it be?
Yeah, it could be a sign of distress. No, it could be a sign of distress. That's what it usually is.
Okay.
But I can definitely see what you're saying.
Because you never seen them do it when they talk to him. But if they do it only when they parents, you know what I mean? A sign of scarcity, you know what I'm saying, where they don't want to be around them, or they think every time that they talk to them they're gonna get hit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So she abusing the shit out this little boy. That's crazy.
That's what I'm thinking.
Possible.
He says suppressing anger. Yeah, it could be that too. Yeah. My cousin used to grind his teeth all the time and cry. Then the nigga start punching walls and punching on people. But go ahead.
In trouble. It's not like I yell all the time because I don't yell all the time, but when I know they're about to get in trouble, it's like they get like a certain type of way. But it's not an all of the time thing. It's sometimes he don't do it all the time. I would say my oldest do it more than him.
Okay.
I only beat my kids.
I want to talk to you about autism and all of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Because obviously he's 2, so he should be
3. He'll be 3 on the 14th.
So he's almost 3, and he's not really talking.
I don't know if it's just because they're in the house all the time and they don't be around much, and they just, you know what I'm saying? If they were around kids, they would know a little bit more. Or
so we have him, who's obviously not talking.
Like he talks.
Okay.
He really talks.
Is it just around other people?
It's probably around other people. Like he talks more than any of my other kids ever did at his age.
Okay.
Like he says full sentences.
Okay.
Beat them all.
That card that we had.
What?
If you go on there, it's going to pull up a whole list of resources that you can pull.
Oh, that was
in the
crazy
direction for kids that might have.
Ain't nobody gonna say nothing about that line, huh?
On there for the
We paused it, really.
resources goes everything from people who are homeless.
That was crazy.
Go
You
ahead.
better not ever try that line to nobody else again. That was a crazy line.
Good, John.
I wonder how much did her other kids talk then.
Oh God.
What's good with you, John?
Full of retarded kids, man. That shit was crazy. She said that shit with a straight face.
Yeah, bro, like it was the truth. This is the craziness, bro, that I was talking about, bro. Some ain't adding up, but then it added. When I'm thinking about it, I'm like, it's a show, a lot of stuff going on here. Do y'all see it, or am I tripping?
No, this bitch crazy as can shit. And she's a terrible liar.
Yeah, she already lied about the 20 minutes. That kid, they've been with that kid for an hour.
Yeah, you're right.
And they've been walking around looking, asking different people and everything.
And ain't nobody ever seen that kid before.
Yeah.
That's just weird.
To everything that we deal with, but you will find a subsection that deals with kids who go through this kind of stuff. Another something that you might want to look into is our department offers a program called Project Lifesaver should he go missing again. If he is diagnosed autistic or any other special need, they do offer a program where they put a GPS tracker on him, because if he is demonstrating the ability this young to be able to escape a house, you turn your back 1 second and then you know what I'm saying? If something happened, because this was an hour it took us to find him or to find you where he was out. Yeah. And that's
like she's surprised.
Time just be flying, and I just don't, you know what I'm saying? When you got 3 other kids and you got
oh my God, OJ guy is watching this retarded bitch.
I gotta do this, do that. I'm helping my son with his homework. He's homeschooled.
She said time just be flying.
So is everybody in the house?
She said I'm stupid.
No, he's just homeschooled, and the other one's not schooled. Yeah, he'll be in school next year. But
who's homeschooled?
My oldest.
The 6.
Let these little retarded ass kids homeschool, bitch.
Yes.
Or that's homeschooled.
Yes, that's school period.
And nobody else helps you with managing all of the kids. And is the father in the
picture? He's in it.
Okay.
Like you know,
these kids don't listen.
The schooling and all of that, and watching the kids.
Yep.
Okay. About how many days a week would you say?
2, like 3 days.
3 days a week? Is that like a full day or like a part of a day? Or
part of the day.
How many hours would you say?
Probably 5 hours, 6 hours.
5 to 6 hours. Okay.
I guess he's working. So.
Okay. Give it a pause for me real quick, Resla.
Paying.
Now, LA, you was in this field, my good sir. You was a police officer. What do you think about that hand movement, the swaying, the different tales of the story to try to add them together? What do you think about that? What are you observing right now?
I mean, it ain't much that you can't tell about this lying bitch. She just lie about everything. Somebody he talk. He ain't smell. He talk more than any other kid. Okay, you can tell she clearly a liar, and she neglectful. She a piece of shit parent.
And he didn't seem real excited to see her.
No, he's
You
neglectful.
got anything you want to say on that, John?
John, you muted.
Yeah, you muted.
No, I'm just not getting caught up. I stepped away for a second. So I'm just
okay.
Hey, what's up, John?
What's up, man? Who's that? Mayo Monkey? What's up?
Yeah, sir. What's up, man?
Oh, you going wrestle?
Child support, or do you guys just like kind of co-parent?
Yeah, co-parent.
Okay. So, did you talk to my partner about what happened today? Or?
No, I didn't.
Okay. If you want to talk about it, we can talk about it.
I do.
Okay. So basically, you just want to tell me what happened. If I have any questions, we can go from there.
Okay, so I don't know. How long was he? You said he was going for like an hour?
He was going for an hour.
This girl was slow.
So like, was he like? So he had a baby. So somebody must have got him right when he went outside, because that's the only way.
So the way it was brought to our attention is someone called because he was looking in the window of cars across the street, like he was looking for something. So
Nigga was looking for his daddy.
He kept pointing back towards the east and kept saying go that way, but we ended up on Hodge, and then like he was kind of by like where the mailboxes were,
Yeah.
and then we'd walk towards Hodge, and then we'd come back down, and eventually it got to the point where we're like, we don't know. And your neighbor said that it like wasn't, they didn't recognize him. The one lady on the end who was really helpful with us all the time.
She sound like JP's ring.
And I figured if, okay, so your kids are pretty much like kind of introverted. Okay.
The officer explains the situation to the mother, detailing who had found the child and how the search was carried out. However, something stands out that's raising concerns. No one, even the neighbors close to the Rouser family's home, recognized the child. Navashia justifies this by saying that her children don't leave the house and that they're introverted. Something just doesn't sit right with her explanations, and the officer can't quite put his finger on what it is.
I don't even let him go outside because, like, I know I don't want to seem like a bad, like a, but I don't want my children seeing the wrong stuff. You know what I'm saying? Be cussing and I don't want my
Wait a minute. Pause, nigga. They didn't gave her a meal, nigga.
She hungry.
Nigga, they didn't when they got her some Chick-fil-A, nigga. What was that on the table? Was she eating? Nigga, you lying to me.
They gotta make her feel comfortable so she can tell on herself.
No, it's the babies. She eating the baby food.
Bro, that's not right.
Why not?
Bro, is they gonna arrest this woman or what? Because right now they doing a lot of talking. I just need somebody to go to jail for neglect.
Yeah, they need to get her to tell on herself though. And they need to catch her up in a lie. They already got her for abuse.
This is
the kid was walking around for an hour, and they got that on body camera.
They still need to charge that 2-year-old man for trying to break in cars and shit, man. What are we doing?
It's crazy, bro.
Crazy.
I mean, fuck. He's starting at that age. Shit, what do you think he's gonna do at 5?
I don't even let him go outside because
You putting 12 in people's car.
I don't want to seem like a bad, like a, but I don't want my children seeing the wrong stuff. You know what I'm saying? Be cussing and
She saying cussing and
I
shit.
don't want my kids to get into that type of stuff. So I try to keep them away, but I still feel like I should, you know, I do like in the summertime take them to parks and stuff like that. But as far as them just going outside and playing,
Nah, that's a lie.
I don't trust them. In that type of way.
He is smart. He is smart. I will say that.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
I had to phrase this in a politically correct term for my
5 minutes ago, they were just talking about him being on a spectrum.
going outside to keep them away from the social life of
The
adults.
fuck?
Is how you would say it. Okay.
I'm trying to like I read between the lines of what you're saying, but I'm trying to phrase it in a way. I just want to make sure you're in agreement with that.
Yeah.
So that would make
She just, I mean, come on. She had a little slow child that don't want to take care of it.
Just like what was going on when he was, obviously we did try knocking on your door. I think we tried knocking on your door. I'm not 100% sure because I did come back. Obviously they did find you eventually. Did they find you by knocking on the door?
No, I went out. I was on the phone. I was just walking, and I seen
The little boy bad as shit.
little boy. I'm like, yeah.
Told you.
So you noticed he was gone. Okay.
They better pull that taser gun out.
Boy, this nigga's out of line.
Where's the marker? I got some ready.
No boy, they tearing shit up, man.
Let me go talk to my boss and then we'll see if we can get you out of here.
The details shared in the conversation become important for understanding the child's situation better, but something's off as the officer checks on Devashia Rouser's name in the police database. An old record would change the course of the entire investigation.
All right. Devasia, understand you are going to be cited today for endangering children. Now, before you freak out about it, you have your day in court. You can explain what happened, that you were busy, preoccupied with your other kids. I am going to listen before you get upset. I am going to put everything in there about how he could possibly be on the spectrum and that we don't know which would work in your benefit.
Like, this is like so not fair. Like, it's not fair because I'm not. It's like,
hey, sweetie, and like you told me to, you went out trying to find him. You tried to call him.
I was on the phone with
Just understand from our side, it was an hour. We were starting to put his picture online. We had a lot of steps moving to try and find you because we couldn't. Okay, this is not the end of the world. At the end of the day, we are here to assist you.
That's the whole
This
thing.
is simple. Go to court, make your case. They're going to read our report. Okay. So you know, we do have to contact CPS anytime a child goes missing. We reunite them with the family. That's why I was asking you the questions about home life. I don't see any issues as of right now with what you told me, but they're probably going to come out and just want to talk to you and say, hey, what's going on? All the same questions I asked, but probably a little bit more detailed.
That little boy bad as shit.
Getting discharged, it is like not the end of the world. You have court on.
Yeah, you were livened up when she got in there.
I have a car. My car. I have a car, but it's not even working right now.
Okay.
I have 4 kids.
So-
I don't even have any help.
So what I'll
How
do.
you got a car if you got 4 kids?
So what I'll do.
No
and
baby
that's
daddy
just
now.
like I said, that's why you're not going to jail.
I know,
I'm
right?
telling you this. What I will do is I will write down. Do you want me to write down the phone number to the court? And you can call them and say, I have to show up Wednesday, but I don't have a ride. This is what I got charged with. How can we work together? Okay. And they do that. Okay. They might not know what you're talking about immediately because the court won't have our copy of this until tomorrow morning. So maybe wait until tomorrow morning to call. Okay.
Uh-oh.
So like I said, they won't have a copy of this until it goes over tomorrow and it gets reviewed. But as of right now, your court date is on Wednesday the 3rd at 10 a.m. at the court. The address is listed right here. It's the one right across the street from Burns. Okay. If you don't think you can make it, call tomorrow morning. Call them. They always work with people. Okay. Officer Hackney is going to take you home. Okay. You're going to take the kiddo home. You guys can go together. Do you have any questions for me on what you can expect going forward? I know a lot of parents think because something happens and we have to do our job, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. But they think this is the end of the world. They think someone's going to come take their kids. Like I said, I talked to you about his home life, he's going, or the other kids are going to school, you're doing your job, you're feeding them, they have beds. That's all going in there, so I don't see an issue coming of this, but they do have to follow up just because we've had.
Okay, he's doing too much talking for me, man.
Do you have any questions for me of what you can expect going
He's trying to make sure he get everything out.
This before when my oldest was a couple months old. So
okay.
I mean, I know how it goes.
Okay. And again, that's not saying you're a bad person. I honestly think in this situation, I mean, with him being able to show that he can push a chair, like, and I will put that. I'll be like, we were talking about home life, and he pushed
How
a
come
chair.
they ain't check up on the other
to
4
door,
kids?
and like I said, I mean, it's on
My
my
fucking
camera
kids.
that he has that capability to do that. And if you're saying by, you know, he's 2 and he's dressing himself every day, that shows a high degree of intelligence. Okay.
No,
So,
it don't.
but Officer Hackney, if you wouldn't mind giving
Why the fuck is a
her a
2-year-old trying to?
make
Hey,
sure
that's how
she
you know
is
she fix this shit,
she's got
mom.
any questions, just answer. Awesome. Those 4 of them. Okay.
Devashia
Hey, you
Rouser
can
has a
stop it,
previous
Reza.
record with the Lorain Police Department for leaving a baby
Hey, you
unattended
can stop
in
it,
a
Reza.
vehicle in 2020.
Yeah, we can bring it down. So,
Yep.
what do you think about that? And do you think that she is going to be able to? Because she said a lot of stuff. Like, if you was listening to the conversation that they had, she's homeschooling her 6-year-old, but you don't have a vehicle. You need help to take care of things. So you basically tell them you got all of everything else, like Wi-Fi and everything else, because you know what I'm saying, you're getting some type of help, huh? Or y'all taking care of everything. And if your oldest is 6, you got 4 cheering. What other ones at? What was the other ages?
How come they ain't check up on them?
Exactly.
6 is too young to be sitting at home alone too.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a lot that went along with that conversation, which I didn't get. I thought it was neglect, but I don't see why
It's
they didn't.
neglect.
You know what I mean? Because it's like Mayo said, the story didn't add up. You said 20 minutes. Well, we know it went 20 minutes because we was out here for an hour. And that's just our hour out here searching with the kid. Then we took the kid back to the station and we still was out here patrolling and we found him. So that ain't adding up. The story ain't adding up. Then we pull up evidence on you from already having some type of problems from, that.
I mean, there really are no good solutions in a case like this. You put her in jail for neglect, and what happens to the rest of the kids? You know, there are really no good answers here, to be honest with you.
Well, I was thinking this, John, when I first seen it, when they couldn't find her the first time, I didn't think they was going to go through all that and try to go back out there and try to find the parent and everything. By that time, it was certain circumstances. First of all, it was too cold out there. Obviously, they say he was wearing Pampers. That's not like a kid. That's toddler type shit. And you was already searching for an hour. I don't know why CPS wasn't called. I don't understand why that. You know what I mean? Like, it's, to me, that's more logical to do was to, you know what I'm saying, find somebody who can. And then you sitting here thinking that the kid is artistic. Won't that be even worse?
I thought they were gonna call CPS while they were doing that interview. And where's the guy at with the father?
How can they speculate that he's autistic? I mean, just in that clip alone, I mean, I really didn't see any triggers of it.
They were trying to determine that because of the ear pulling.
Yeah, from what he was saying.
Oh,
They just
Brandon,
said the
that's
nigga was bad as shit.
Go Brandon. See if he matches up with Brandon.
He's a good user. That's what Brandon gonna tell you.
Resla.
You're a good user. Just saying. What y'all thought about that though? Like, honestly, had a discussion.
I don't know. I think they still should arrest that little boy. He trying to break in cars and shit, man.
Didn't you say he was 2 years old?
They should have hog tied him.
It knocks me crazy.
Trying to send the juvie with diapers on.
Damn straight.
Yep. The poor lady got to deal with this little escape artist. Well, she just seemed like a piece of shit, though. Like, once again, people think that when they have babies, they supposed to get help. That shit is weird as hell. When women or anybody say I'm a single father or a single mother and I ain't got nobody else to help me. Well, anybody tell you had these fucking kids? I don't understand why you think you automatically deserve help when you making these decisions on your own. Because when you get your tax return for these little bastards, you ain't calling nobody up and saying, hey, go $500, hey, go X, Y, and Z. No, that's my baby. I don't know why people think that shit. They automatically think they deserve some sort of help. Like they're entitled to it.
Got a point.
Hey, they want to be single mothers, right? They want a custodial. Primary custody of the children, right?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all
I mean,
figure
then
the
you
shit
just
out.
you don't make them. You don't do it one time. You don't do it twice. You don't 3 times. You did it 4 damn times. So at that point, you negligent. If you one child, okay, but if you go up there just popping 3 more out after that, you got a fucking problem.
Well, she's in the process of making a 5th, but that little man got out.
Yeah, that could be the facts.
Yeah.
The little man excuse himself. Is that what you say?
He did more than excuse himself, but that little nigga was out there in the streets.
Boy, had that
You
shit
hear me?
diaper
In the
on for
cold.
4 hours. Ain't cried a bit. You know, I'm telling you, you better watch out for his little psychopath ass.
Yeah.
This nigga here out of line. Now, some people, man, they don't look at that situation. I look at this situation different, man. I thought the police was gonna lock her ass up, not even lock her up. I thought they was gonna go at least do a house check. You know what I'm saying? Just to make sure. And you know what I'm saying? 'Cause she said the father was there, and that even threw me off. So it's 2 of y'all.
They
Yeah,
making
but it's
baby
2 of
5.
y'all though. You 2 of y'all when y'all lost the art. If you want to say artistic, but if you lost a 2-year-old, bro. 2 or 3-year-old, however the little nigga is, you know what I'm saying? Like you damn near lost him. You damn sure they look for him for however long you was in that house, but the rest of the kids.
The nigga went to go get milk.
She said they made a GPS. She should have made a GPS app for slow kids. Oh my God.
They need to put them on the Alzheimer's patients. We got a guy here in Wichita, man. Every month that motherfucker goes missing. And they put out one of them gray alerts. And they find him wandering somewhere. Thank God they found him every time so far.
Man, them GPS trackers be working, dog.
Yeah. I mean, damn, at least put an Apple AirTag on them.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah, follow them wherever they go. Yeah, I don't know why people don't think like that when you have little small kids. I mean, I thought that'd be something necessary to have, especially when you got kids that want to, you know what I'm saying, run outside, open up doors. Don't have children, so.
I mean, I can get a collar for my dog that tells me when he leaves a certain area, geographical area.
Why people don't take that precaution for their kids?
Yeah.
And then the people who do it, they say they overprotect them.
You can get one of them little invisible fences and shit, man. You know, sit a little shock collar on a little kid or something like that. You walk right.
This nigga Knoxmith is crazy, dog.
Go ahead, motherfucker. Go see that playground.
Bro, that motherfucker hurt, bro. You ever seen what? Have you ever used one of the motherfuckers on yourself, bro? That motherfucker hurt, bro.
Those things are actually pretty strong.
Yeah, that motherfucker hurt like a bitch, bro. And they got the little prongs on them too, bro. The motherfuckers be turning your ass up.
He gonna learn, right?
Hell no.
You kind of expect it out of an older child. You kind of expect it out of an older child sneaking out, but a 2-year-old. I mean, I have kids, young kids. They never snuck out like that.
I did. Shit. I was younger than him when I was stealing cars. That's how I know he was stealing cars at 2. Yeah. He a professional at 2.
My man put on his jacket. He said, "I'll be right back." You ain't shit.
Yeah, strong ass 2-year-old. He didn't have no screwdriver with him, no nothing. Like me, he just out there just doing the food.
Nah,
huh?
he know what to do. He know what to do. Yeah.
This nigga crazy, dog. Well, I guess we can go ahead and move on. We're gonna go ahead and go to this Boosie shit. We'll let him just explain it, and then we can have a conversation. I'm pretty sure everybody gonna have something to say on it. You can skip it back, bro. You don't have to play it from there. You can play it from the beginning.
Strong.
Well, speaking of Trump, he signed an executive order that seeks to ban transgender women and girls from competing in female sports. You made a tweet about this. Said, "So glad women's sports are protected. That was crazy, real talk. No more Joanna Man taking advance of our little girls. Advantage, I'm sure is what you meant. Taking advantage of our little girls. Like I said once before, get your ass out of the pool. Go swim against Michael Phelps."
Yeah, bitch, go box out Greek Freak. Yeah, bitch, go box out Zion.
Yeah.
Fuck on, man. I ain't doing that to our girls, man. That shouldn't have even been a thing for the president. I mean, that's just, man, you know how hard these girls work. You know, your body don't build like her. You got them sharp ass elbows. You know, your knees got all these shit in there. Look at our knees and look at a woman knees. They way stronger. Sit your fucking ass down. Go get in that pool with Michael Phelps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See how well you do there.
Yeah, go on a fucking football field with Jeremiah Smith and be a cornerback, bitch, with your wide ass shoulders, back bitch. Yeah, I never could stand them.
Yeah,
cause I already say, if I was to ever go to my child game and you got a motherfucking training there playing against my churn.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna go box that bitch out. I'm gonna go get all the rebounds.
No,
I'm gonna kill a whole game.
No, you're not. You're gonna take your kid out the game, and that's gonna be the end of that.
No, it ain't.
You're not gonna put your hands on any transgender.
I'm gonna flatten the tires outside. I'm gonna flatten.
Okay, you can do that.
I'm gonna flatten the tires outside and bust the window. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna flatten. You don't know about that blick. You get your ass out here. Hope your feet get cut when you walk to the car.
Well, Linda McMahon, who was the daughter of Vince McMahon of WWE, is actually the head of the Department of Education. And she says, "I do not believe biological boys should be allowed to compete with girls in sports."
Thank you. What's her name? Can I give her a shout out?
Linda McMahon.
Hi, Linda. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Linda McMahon. Thank you, Linda McMahon. Do they got anything with
Did you hear that, Linda?
What do you mean?
She got anything?
Yeah, I didn't know he chose Linda McMahon.
Like, all right, okay, Linda McMahon.
I mean, she ran the WWE.
Yeah, I guess the school is like that then.
Shit. All right.
And she's in charge of dismantling
Vince McMahon.
Oh, I won't get on WWE.
Yeah.
Tell them, Linda, you're my new friend. We have the same beliefs. Get their ass out of here.
So now
send them over there to what I was so happy when I saw it on social media. I liked it. I say I'm finna like it right now because no more Joanna, man.
My bad. I messed up. Linda McMahon is the wife
Oh,
of Vince McMahon, not the daughter.
Okay.
Sorry, I got it slightly wrong. Same. Really,
I didn't even know that. That's all right.
She was part of WWE. She was very.
Yeah, Stephanie McMahon is the daughter.
Yeah. So what y'all thought about that, man? Do y'all agree with Boosie? You agree with Boosie?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but what side of the coin is he on? Because was he a Trump fan before?
I don't know.
I think a lot of these blacks, I mean, like, I think they vote welfare and race. You know, they can side with you damn near on everything. But at the end of the day, you know, they're gonna vote their race and maybe not vote at all. That's just my take on it. Whenever I hear blacks sound like they, you know, are reasonable, and they're reasonable in that sense. But I think there's something about them that they vote 90% Democrat, no matter how crazy that shit may sound. You know, everybody around him probably voted that shit or advocated for it. And now that someone stood up to end it, now Trump kind of gives them a voice. But they were too weak to speak these things 2 years ago when it was just as fucking crazy. You know, that's kind of interesting to me.
Anybody else?
How much you want to bet McMahon's wife and daughter jumped in that wrestling ring with a bunch of dudes and tried to, body slamming them and shit?
Linda McMahon got Stone Cold. She got Stone Cold Stunner in the middle of the ring. You got to remember, Linda McMahon used to come out in WWF. She used to be a part of it. All them niggas did. The whole family. Vince McMahon made his whole family wrestle. Everybody was making money in the wrestling. Even think about it. Before his daughter and Shane became a part of the WWF, nigga, he made them motherfuckers like, yes, bro. They was damn near wrestlers, bro. Vince McMahon was a wrestler for a minute there, if you don't remember the Attitude Era.
Yeah, but it's just funny how she changes her roles now.
I think she was in the first administration, or someone in his family was in the first administration. At the SBA, I think. I think that's where she was. Somebody was there the first time.
Mm-hmm. Seems like they always been into that type of stuff.
I mean, they built a big
They're
business.
successful business people. I mean,
Yeah, you got to give them credit for that.
Yeah. That's one thing they know how to do, boys, make some money and be successful at it. But on the part though, where people is out here doing this and people do take up for the people that's out here changing and want to be in these sports, would you do the same thing he would do? Would you put somebody's tires on flat if they was out there getting all the rebounds, making your kid look sorry?
It's just reactionary to me, I think.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. You gotta make a point.
He ain't just talking shit. I mean, this shit been around so long. He ain't said shit up until now. Like the only reason he got his voice now seemed like a strong white man came and gave him wide enough berth to be a free saying what he really feels. He didn't say he's doing Joe Biden. I don't remember him saying it. Maybe he did, but I don't know. Whenever I see these blacks talking some shit like that, I'm always skeptical because they'll go back to the Democrat plantation very quick. Probably never left.
That's a good, man. Like I said, that's a good point. I just think that for him it'd be something way different. If you listen to what they were saying, he was before that nigga even brought that shit up. He was a nigga that they want to kick off the internet because he was the one going against the shit. Before the other people was even trying to bring the shit up.
He very well could be legitimate.
Yeah, he got dinner, got canceled for telling the motherfuckers he didn't want his daughter playing basketball with the motherfucker. Is in that situation, just like he said, he he was going to end up doing something, or he didn't like that because he didn't. They kept on saying he was homophobic and all that stuff. You know, he literally got all his platforms taken away, everything.
Most blacks probably are homophobic. Wouldn't you agree? They're not so favorable toward it. You know, they may not kill the people, but
Yeah, especially them church-going people.
I mean, no black.
Even Tom's dad, when we start talking about issues, a lot of times he sides.
No black man wants his son or daughter to be gay, right?
I hope not.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, if they do, they do. I mean, I ain't tripping on them, but if they, you know.
I mean, if they do, they do, but that ain't what you're hoping for. You're not going to be cool with that. You're not hoping for it. Most blacks probably don't want to live in a gay community, right? Probably don't want gay people. Probably want. I bet you most black people have never had a gay person in their house outside of their family members. Guaranteed. And so, you know, it's just normal, but yet they still kind of go along with all the other things of the gay party. So on this issue, you may be striding about it.
Yeah. Niggas is quiet, but I don't know what the fuck going on tonight. But go ahead and run that.
Yo, I dead ass thought something happened. I was started checking my shit.
Nigga, that shit crazy. Go ahead and run that next one, bro. That's crazy.
His take on this right now.
And you know what's wild is when they go back and they pull something up from 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. When you was caught up in a moment and you get judged by today's standards for what's something that you did yesterday.
But they only attack us like that.
Right.
Right. Look at them black and white movies where they slapping women.
Right.
Humphrey Bogart. Come here, you floozy. Like that's still on TV.
Right.
You know, Justin Hoffman won awards. It's like that's still on TV. If you're really mad, you'll take it off of Amazon.
Do you ever go to any comedy clubs now?
No.
Yeah, you don't.
That's stealing. Anytime you see a successful comic sitting in a club, he's stealing.
Damn.
He's rewriting somebody else's material. There's no ifs, ands, or
sitting there with their recording his the part when you said
yeah.
So you make sure that you stay out for many reasons. Then
I'll go see my son.
Right.
If Junior's good, because I'll help him with Joe or Marlon. I'll show up, but I don't watch the comics that go on before me because one, I feel like they think I'm stealing.
Right.
You know, and two, I don't want to steal.
Yeah. And then there's always something like some people think like, man, you weren't thinking the same thing. That's why when somebody try to tell me an idea, I say, I don't want to hear it.
Right.
I don't want to hear it, man.
I've stolen jokes.
Damian Wayne?
Yeah.
Knowingly?
No, here's the crime is not that you said somebody else's joke. The crime is when you know it's somebody else's joke and you keep saying it.
Yeah. Are we like, what? No.
Right,
man.
right. So Joe Rogan had this bit. I used to do this bit about like how people need to watch animals, right? Because like you want to know how to parent, watch the bird. The bird knock them out the nest. They don't give them no test flight, nothing. Just go on, be a bird. And then there was another thing about how sea turtles go in the water and come out. And then Joe Rogan had this joke about lions don't make love. It's just, and then he did them. And somehow I'm on stage and I'm doing my bit. It's getting a big laugh. And then I do that joke and it gets a bigger laugh. And I came off stage like, did I make that up?
Right.
Because you know your act. You know where the laugh meter goes. But that one went like this. Then I remembered that's Joe Rogan. Like,
wow.
I can't do it no more. I actually have that on tape, that night on tape.
And then Joe Rogan was like, man, you see her now?
Right.
What you think about that? Because there's a lot of people going around talking about this nigga stealing Joe Rogan's joke.
I didn't hear what you said. What'd you say again?
I said, what y'all think about that when he just got through saying about stealing somebody's joke?
Hey, you hear comics do it all the time.
Yeah.
I think the biggest problem with comments now is like they're so restricted in what they can say. You know, there's plenty of material out here, but a lot of it they can't touch it or they won't touch it, whatever the reason. That's my thought. I've been thinking that for a while about comics.
You had a fucking comedy club with Damon Wayans. You know that shit gonna be fucking spicy and shit, man. So I don't see why people get all butthurt about this shit nowadays. You had a fucking club to have fun, man. Laugh at jokes. Bring that shit back.
I don't think
people can't laugh anymore.
Fuck that. I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
Now, people can't get canceled, man. You don't want to get canceled for.
Damon Wayans ain't getting canceled. He made.
Some of the other comics are, you know.
Hey, mama.
If they ain't rich enough yet, they trying to get where they're trying to go. And even if they are pretty rich, they're probably trying to get richer.
Yeah.
If you're in a TV show or something,
Yeah.
you got to stay with the political correctness bounds.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle got enough money. He ain't got to worry about getting canceled. You know,
But he still wants to tour, so he has to hold it back a little bit.
But you know, he also stood up in his community meeting and said, "Look, you guys put in this public housing. I'm leaving, and I'm pulling all my money from this community."
Yeah, you do that.
And he straight up did that. And they was mad as shit.
But I guarantee you, he won't tell you as to why he didn't want that affordable housing, public housing. Shit, what's wrong with public housing?
Oh, he talked on it. He told the truth too.
What did he say? I'd be curious to hear that.
He didn't want the ghetto in his town.
Is that what he said? He said, "Well, y'all want
Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be interesting. I gotta go back and check that out."
So was the people's all pissed off because Damon Wayans had a similar joke to Joe Rogan, where they really giving him a lot of shit?
Like, they was just saying that niggas was referring to how Cat Williams was like niggas be out here stealing people's jokes. The main thing of it is I thought people was going to catch it. Well, I guess we can go ahead and break it down before we keep on playing it. So the concept of stealing somebody's joke, he broke it down and told you what is stealing, right? And then he gave you an example of it. And an example of, and in the example, he was saying that Joe Rogan did the same joke, but he did it in a different way, and he heard it. That's the reason why he said in the first thing about stealing that you don't watch other people's stuff because it rubs off. You know what I'm saying? You hear stuff, and you know what I mean. You might repeat it. So the first thing you got to think about is do people listen to what other people say and just say if they repeat it, like people on YouTube, people like us, we appear on these panels every day. We saying certain things, and if you come to see us, most of the time, if you standing on a thin line or you standing on your square, you're going to repeat the same things most of the time. You're not going to keep on changing up every time somebody come on your show. You're going to have some type of standard. So those people listening to you, don't you think they regurgitate the stuff that you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, it's like storytelling in a way, two people can tell the same joke and, the delivery may be different. And it's kind of like remixing a joke in that sense. If you're delivering it different and it hits different. That's a slippery slope, though.
So I can see it. I see if it's an accident, it happens like once in a while. Sure. What's that one motherfucker, Monsieur or some shit, when Joe Rogan called out that one Spanish dude? Who the fuck was that
Carlos
again?
Mencia.
Yeah. Now that motherfucker was stealing everybody's shit. One thing was just one joke, two jokes, but pretty much everybody's sets and shit. Now it's different.
But he still has to choreograph it and deliver it. If he's successful at that, how's it any different than stealing somebody's song and rapping over it?
You talking about remixing somebody's stuff, changing the beat or something, changing the tempo or anything like that? You talking about just going over exactly the same thing? That'll just be a freestyle, won't it?
Didn't Lauryn Hill cover someone's song? I mean, I'm sure he's not taking, and I'm just thinking about this, I've never heard of this before, but if you take a random sample of jokes from different people and you put it together in a new delivery and a new set, is that not something original? I don't know. It's kind of interesting.
I don't know about that.
Well, first of all, what would be your concept of stealing somebody's joke, John? Would it be the same as Damon Wayans, or do you see it in a different way?
Yeah, I agree with Damon Wayans. You just going up saying, man, I can't think of shit, and I'm just going to steal somebody else's shit. That that's unethical in my opinion. But if you're taking something that maybe is not working for someone else, and then you kind of jigger it a little bit and you deliver it better and it hits, is that yours or his?
It'd be yours, because shit, by the time you jig it up, you know what I'm saying, and you put the work into it, and you change, because you might use the same words, but like you saying, you might put a extra pause, and you know what I'm saying, you might switch up a word, and then you might put a pause with it to, you know what I'm saying, give it that effect.
The tone,
and then yeah, stuff like that. Then it won't be the same. But if you're doing somebody's shit verbatim though.
Yeah, that's what they call it, plagiarizing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's intent too. You know, if you taking a song, remixing it, that's a little different. And I think it's kind of, I don't know to what extent someone's stealing someone's jokes, but there's some effort in delivering it, I guess.
Yeah, because I see people doing it with words. I see people doing it with talking points. You can hear people say, like LA say all the time, hate to say it, but he say Sharim say the same 3 words all the goddamn time, right? And it had to be somebody that he heard them from, and he just keep on using them. Is it the point that he heard a person use them? You know what I'm saying? Like, is it when somebody use words in a certain way, certain phrases, it make people catch on to it. You know what I mean? Point example, check out you might not know everything about certain songs, like John was saying, but when somebody remix something, somebody come out with something, they put a certain type of verbiage to it. Let's give an example. Kendrick Lamar. Sometimes you got to pop out and show niggas. That's the only part some people know. Or the A minor part. They might not know nothing else about the song. But that little phrase they can catch on to. It can be anywhere, anytime that phrase get ready to come on. They mind click and they go straight to it. You ever seen that?
Yeah,
shit is crazy, ain't it? What's the same thing that happened with I think that's the same thing that happens with these people out here. But again, to Damon Wayans' point, when you understand that, like he said, he had to come off stage and be like, damn, that ain't my joke. That's somebody else's joke. He had to throw the whole thing away. You know what I'm saying? It's just something, and then you go work on your craft some more to come up with something better than what you had before.
Man, I think that's the integrity that he has. If you're trying to do something original, you're not going to be content with copying someone else's ideas. That's like intellectual property in that sense. Then, people could easily clip you and say, damn, he's just copying Joe Rogan. So if you want to maintain a career, a good career like he has, I think that's a good approach for him.
You want to play more?
Yeah, you might.
Right. But credit to Joe Rogan, he's a funny dude. But that's why I say I don't watch comics.
Right. So you don't even get it. There's no inspiration. There's nothing. It's just like, man, nah.
No, it gets into your subconscious mind. Like I said, the crime is not if you did somebody else's act. The crime is once you know that somebody else's, and then you keep doing it. Now you a thief.
Really though, you didn't think like, man, like I probably should just keep this one.
No, I loved that moment. How funny it was, but it's not mine. I feel dirty. It's like
Right.
wearing a hairpiece. It's like, and people keep complimenting your hair. Hey man, that looks good.
It's
not mine.
I can't live this lie anymore. They don't love me. They love yeah, being known for something. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, you got some beautiful ways.
You've changed ever since.
Yeah, man. Oh man, that's real. But that's a great take on it, man, because you'll see other comedians that's been upset. You know what I'm saying? It's been like even with Cat, when Cat said it, man, I hit Cedric in his stomach and just move him all around. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, because but it is a real thing, though.
Yes, yeah. Cat is a funny dude.
Yeah, he is.
You know, I love Cat. He, you know, it's rare that a comedian could say one word and you know who he is.
Right.
As soon as you hear that, you go, that's Cat Williams.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? And so,
but you have that too until Junior got on.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, he's special, and his point of view is just different.
Right.
I call a great comedian a genius if I can't think of the joke. If I can listen to your premise and I can't guess your punchline, then that's a different take. That's the comedians that I love. The Chappelles of the world.
Would you rather not hear any of it now, though? I'm not even with like the Cats or the Chappelles. Are you just do you just turn comedy like that stand up? Do you turn it down? Because there's some people that say, man, I'm looking at this person. There's another kid that's coming up. Do you even look?
No, I don't. Right. I mean, I'll like, you know, I give everybody a shot. But I don't want to see nobody do bad. If I know something is bad, I could just tell by the trailer this is going to be whack. I don't go to see it. But I watched like Jamie's special. I thought it was brilliant. Only because he was so honest.
Have anybody ever seen that Jamie Foxx special?
No, I didn't even hear of it.
I did.
No.
The one with his daughter?
Yeah, I think the last one he just did when they said it was a clone.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Did you like it, John?
No, I watched it with my lady friend, and what we found interesting was toward the end of it, he said, "I'm giving up black women, white women," and the black women in the audience, and most black women, black people, I should say, is in Atlanta. And the black women got real excited. They were like, "Oh shit, he's coming back home. You know, he's gotten over his illness, and he's going to start dating sisters." And he said, "I'm just kidding." And you can kind of crestfallen, you know. So that's the only thing memorable I remember from the performance. Yeah.
So this is a question I got since you brought that up, Rizla. So when you was bringing up the dating on your show today, and what conclusion did y'all come to?
Me? They were talking
I'm talking about Resla. Resla did a stream earlier today. Oh, I was trying to figure out what conclusion did they come to. Because I was popping in, listening every now and then. I seen different people up there. I seen Ruthless was up there talking. You know, I already know he was strong on in the pimping. You know what I mean? And then before the end, I seen Lord Jesus. I seen Brandon's girlfriend up there. You know what I mean? His boo thing was up there chilling and shit. And
Noel.
Yeah. That's Brandon's girlfriend right there. He told me she a good user. I said, okay, hold up now. Wait a minute. I had to put some respect on her name when I was over there. I said, okay, hold up. Just make sure you subscribe to my channel. You know? Yeah. So what conclusion did y'all come to on the dating part?
There was no conclusion being made because Ruth was kept strong arm in the conversation back to relationships. As far as the whole dating thing goes, it's gonna be a rough one. A lot of people don't really come down to the conclusion, other than the fact they say that people just need to do better. Rufus' whole thing is all just talking points, and of course, it all comes down to the fact that, you know what, guys, 98% of y'all all just walking wallets. and he approves of it. Don't expect to find a decent woman because all of y'all just go for your money anyway. 98%. He has no stats. He pulled it out of his head. He said it's good enough.
And this what Ruthless said?
Ruthless.
Yeah, strong woman and pimping. Okay. Okay. What you think about that, LA?
We asked him about this before. So he told us the majority of women are bad. So as long as he's sticking to what he believes, I'm good with him. I mean, I think it's asinine, but hey, as long as he's not switching up, I'm good.
But wasn't he also caught on a hot mic admitting he was a walking wallet?
Yeah. But I don't think he ever denied it, though. I don't think he ever said not to buy it or not to pay. If you listen to all his talking points, that's never one of them. He'll never talk about paying for coochie. He just saying the men on the prize.
Because they're a walking wallet?
He could be. He could be. But if you think about his rhetoric, he never once talked about ever the actual paying, like not paying for it.
You got right on that. I ain't never heard that nigga. Yeah, he ain't never denied to say he ain't never paid for it. So, man, it makes sense. Because the question I was going to ask, Russell, did you ask them which one is the most successful on dating right now? Meeting people on the streets or just online dating?
Well, so first of all, again, everything is very jaded when it comes to, because the idea when we were talking about dating in the world, he couldn't relate to the world. In fact, he couldn't even relate to really this country. He can only relate to California and his neighborhood and his friends. It was so anecdotal, but he prescribed that to the rest of the general population. He spoke in many generalities, but when you jumped at him, he tried to get very specific. When I asked him about the world, he wasn't really worried about the world, which if anyone had caught the monologue, I said, we're at a point where we can pretty much look how Korea was, how Korea's doing, to Japan's all fucked up. Their dating market is all fucked up. And then you see what's happening with our Gen Z, how they're pretty much backing away from the idea of coupling and relationships, and even the birth rates. All that stuff that's already happening over there is already snowballing and cascading into our area. So what should we consider doing about that? And Rufus has no care about that. In his mind, everybody is still moving as if we're all still Xers and millennials. And in fact, when you ask me about the whole aspect of dating, when you start bringing up the whole aspect of dating when it comes to, the most common way of dating looked at these days, which is online, he has no relation. He still believes most people are just pretty much walking up, still doing cold approaches. But yet he'll talk to other people as if they've been out the game. They have no idea what they're talking about. But I'm like, so you don't even know shit about dating apps. You're out of the game.
Didn't they say dating apps is free box?
It pretty much is, but without me having to be on a dating app, I can probably give you 5 dating apps right out of my head. Hell, even to the point where Ashley Madison used to be a very on the low site, and now you got commercials for it. You want to cheat? It's out in the open. Everybody know what Ashley Madison is.
Well, I think it's been pushed. I think it's been pushed for people to meet people online. I don't know if y'all ever seen this type of stuff, or it don't come across y'all YouTube or y'all Instagram or nothing like that. But even when you see those sites, it's not just the sites, people. It's if you check out there every story and you look at certain shit on Instagram, people will tell their story on how they met. And guess how they met?
Online.
Yes, sir. Online.
Always.
Never was in person. Never was in person.
I mean, not for nothing. We have algorithms that push people from being. Now, the problem with algorithms is that they don't. When you hear about these people, how they met online, how you meet to be online, the thing about the algorithms is that they're not meant for you to get off of them, which means that you never really settle in your relationship because you think there's always something better out there. The same way, you know, a great example, hey, LA, all over Temu. How does Temu keep you up there? It's gamified. They throw all the bells, the whistle at you, everything. You can win this, spin on this, click that, get discounts on these 6 things. Like that's exactly what those sites are like.
Well, that should be working though. I ain't gonna lie to you. The first time I did it, Resla, you should have seen the percentage I got off the shit. I bought so much shit. I was sitting here waiting like a little kid waiting on this shit to come in, bro. It was just every other day I was getting new shit. I was like, hey, I forgot. I forgot. I started looking at my list. I was like, oh yeah, I got to get up off of here.
Yeah, but that's how they keep you addicted to it. Addicted to the app. You know what? And let me just ask you, gentlemen, because apparently, in Rufus' mind, women rule. Not women rule the market, the quote sexual market, right? So I said, I just gave him a very small thing, but I want to know what you guys think. So I said, places like Tinder, you got Tinder, Bumble, Plenty of Fish, Grinder, all these different places, whatever. So I said, so women get to be on these platforms, right? He says yes. I said, men are on the platforms. He says yes. I said, who built the platform? Men did. Okay, cool. Were you able to invest early in these sites? Yes. Okay, so there was money to be monetized from that too. So, okay, who are the majority of people who are on these sites? He says men. I said, so can you get on these sites free? Pretty much, I said yes. But if you really want your profile to get pushed up, what do you have to do? You have to pay the premium for your profile. I said, okay, so let's look at that. Men created the site. Men invested in the site to be on the market to make whatever it makes. Men overwhelmingly the people who are shopping for women on these sites, they pay for extra premiums in their profiles to get pushed up to be more marketable on the site. But you want to tell me that women are the one ruling it? Who's the one that's invested in it? How are these things surviving? The women are not buying it. They can walk in there with a free app. It's the men that are paying into the site. It's the men getting their profiles pushed up. The women just have to sit there and pick out like he said, 50 guys. But it's the 50 guys that are, it's the 25 of the 50 guys that are paying for the premiums to get their profiles pushed ahead of the rest. How is it that it's marketed to them? How is it marketed to women when the guys are the ones that are heavily invested in it?
No, and it's given free to them.
Thank you.
Because they're the commodity that brings men in.
That's a cold ass marketing strategy, you think?
Well, it's no different from club marketing.
Let's say the same thing.
Right. But then they say that, well, they're the ones who are cornering the market. I said, no. They're the biggest leeches. I said the idea of the dating apps are to keep you hooked. The same way how when you're in the pharmaceutical game, they give you a pill, then they tell you there's a new pill better than the current pill that you're taking. The current pill works. So why do I need to take the new pill that costs twice, if not 3 times as much, 4 times as much? I know how the new pill works because the old one still works. But you're pointing me off the new pill, which costs me more money. It's the same strategy.
Well, I'm thinking of the algorithm for them damn females. They get all the damn swipes to the left like a Tinder chick. You know what I'm saying? You know, some of the motherfuckers, bro, like you said, not just free, they get amenities for certain. You know what I'm saying? Like if you got,
they get free messaging, all kind of shit,
all type of shit, bro. Once they get a certain, because they might have like.
But it's there to capitalize off the men. Because when Ruthless talked about,
that's a fact.
but when Rufus talks about meeting women on the street, right? I said, okay, let's put that around matchmaking services, right? Who are the ones that mainly go after matchmaking services? It's not men, it's women. A great example of this would be singles mixers or speed dating. Who's overwhelmingly there? Women. Who's mainly not there? Men. And the men that are attracted that are there are paid.
You get paid for
By
going
the
speed dating?
organizer.
The approach game is paid by women. The online game is paid by men. Easy research, people. You got to be able to understand analytics. Easy research. Both people are quote losing because women online are complaining that they can't find a good guy, even though they have a plethora of things being thrown out to them. But even to the point where I'll agree and read this on, they're gonna look for that one best candidate that checks off as many boxes as possible, except for it'll never be enough because why? He might be the best thing after you spend countless hours trying to put it together. But if he just doesn't get that one thing you're looking for, because you can't have it all, you got, I'm gonna go back to the dating pool because I there was 49 others. One of them's gotta be perfect. And to the women that show up, they're like, I paid all this money because I was promised that there'll be a great guy. The guys that are there not gonna be interested in you because they got paid. And then when you go there thinking there was gonna be a guy, a good eligible bachelors for you, they're not showing up. So you also got bamboozled.
Oh, I read an article where even strip clubs are empty nowadays. Dudes ain't going out the way they used to. They ain't going to clubs. They ain't going to strip clubs.
Yeah, that's a youth thing. You got young kids who it's the ones that it's not intrigued with, you know what I'm saying, a certain type of lifestyle no more. They're making that lifestyle a downfall, basically. So you see like some of my nephews, they get it's half and half. Because I got older brothers, 3-4 older brothers, and you know what I'm saying, one step brother, so it makes 4. Them dudes they got kids, you know what I'm saying, and all them niggas, all they kids is it's like half and half. Some of them is still with the stripper life, you know what I'm saying, and the others is like it's overplayed, you know what I'm saying, like they don't even think about that type of stuff because them dudes that we're talking about, everything is online. They don't have to go searching out and do things. They don't know about going out and meeting people. The art of communication, the art of, you know what I'm saying, just a mouthpiece, period, just to get somebody just to have a conversation with a random person at a club, grocery store, anything. They go inside the grocery store, they quiet as a mouse. Only thing they stir at is that whatever they looking at in their cell phone. You look at them the whole time when they're in Walmart, they don't have no type of looking around. If somebody came in with it was going to be a mass shooting there, they'd be wanting people to get gone because the only thing they focused on is that basket, pushing it where it's going to go, and their cell phone that's in their hand. So I just think I think the dating world or the dating pool is definitely changed, but I don't think it's for the better. It's trying to meet how many successful hookups and dating is two different things. Can we first say that?
Oh yeah.
Online.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Because I don't want nobody to you know what I'm saying, think I'm crazy. But yeah, just getting online to hook up, that's something way different. You know what I mean? Than getting on there trying to date somebody. So I think it'd be way easier to hook up online than to find somebody dating on there.
It is, but I think it's better. It's more of an understanding now. Online, it was always looked at for men as a place to hook up, unless you went to like I don't know the Christian Mingles or JDate or whatever, something like that, or if you did the old OkCupid, like most guys use dating apps to smash, and most women still believe that it was actually used for dating. They were walking suckers. This is back in the day when people actually believed that Tinder was a dating site.
I thought Tinder was a smashing site.
It always was, but people really tried to believe like it was a dating site.
Yeah, I ain't do the Tinder and all that type of stuff. But makes sense. Yeah.
But now it's
so
where all dating sites are looked at with a side eye. And yet you hear the rare one where you're like, where you hear like the people who said they meet people like Christian mingles or something like that. But let's be honest, like, come on, how many of them is out there throwing it back to?
Yeah, most guys are using all those sites for hookups.
Exactly.
That's a fact.
Ain't nobody looking for love.
Who don't drop it low for Jesus? If somebody will drop it low for Jesus, they'll drop it low for you. Just
they
saying.
sitting there, oh yeah, we're running a late night study Bible session. Oh no, we're gonna can we pray before we get started? Oh no, you get on your knees first.
That's a fact. No, you stand up. I gotta pray. Okay, that's what we're doing.
Mo Love, I love you. You and I can pray anytime. That used to be a flirting term I used to use with Mo Love. T sister. That's a thing. Conservative groups, the religious groups, we got to stop this bullshit. Like, we actually think that like these groups of people that are what society deems is to be like morally good people are the worst. Conservative groups, my group, like fucking nasty people. So this J date and all that, it's the same thing as Tinder.
Also, so y'all in there swapping body fluids, huh, and just walking around with diseases.
Yeah, my town has my town's like a population of 1,400. 98% of it's like Christian conservative. But you go there and you look through like dating apps kind of thing. Half of them, the vast majority of them are married and they're still online fucking around with other people. Just nasty people. Yeah, that's like my town, like crazy conservatives. Like they're hardcore, or at least they're supposed to be, right? Till you look at this and you realize they're all fucking grifting. Good 70% are grifting. We'll put it that way. We got to stop this bullshit. We really got to stop this. Like conservatism doesn't like it politically means the thing that they might be claiming, right? But in real life, they're not. They're just not.
See, Josh, now I thought you would be cool with the people. You know what I'm saying? I ain't think.
I'm a hardcore, like I'm a Christian nationalist, but I'm an atheist. I'm a hardcore conservative. And if you ask me, the idea is we need to start cleaning out our groups, pruning the fuck out of them, right? But we're not going to get there because we can't. We need to go on the whole like witch burning crusades, right? But we just can't. And it's because there's no official list of who's a conservative or not, right? There's no way to gatekeep a group. All we're doing is basically using like social terms to describe a group of people who let's be real, right? Like there's anybody can grift inside of it, and you'll never know. I'm just telling you that we're not that thing. Same thing in the dating market. What the hell? We're all out here just looking for like the best poot nanny we can get. Hell, for whatever reason, we're just looking for poot nanny because we got nothing better to do with our lives. Could be that. This whole dating thing is strange to me because I don't even know what the hell it is. It doesn't look anything like it used to. I couldn't even tell you why guys are doing it. I don't know. Like it makes no sense to me. Talking to
they're not.
I would argue they're not. They're not.
They're not.
I was about to say, I don't even think they is.
They're no longer.
I mean,
yeah.
Right.
I don't even think people know what courting and dating kind of the same thing. But if you courting somebody or dating somebody, I don't even know what that is. But these young kids, man, I don't think they know better to smash, man. If you ain't giving up the neck, young guy, man, you ain't throwing it back in the sucker. They ain't messing with you.
And if we're being honestly fair, like a 25-year-old dude, why the hell would you have a conversation with him about marriage anyways? He's just now getting started in life, right? Like he's working in whatever direction he can to obtain resources, right? What the hell would you want to add something else on top of the the plate for him to do. Why the hell would you even expect him to think outside that? Like, oh, well, right? Like I've got a car payment. I might have a mortgage at 25. It's probably that's probably a small number, right? But then you want to add, oh, well, let's add like marriage and then hospital bills and children and all that. Let's just keep throwing as much as we possibly can on a guy that's just getting started in life. No, get your 5 years in, get your experience.
I like it.
I think a lot of that experience stuff is kind of led to like a arrested development sort, because much of the experience that people are getting is like theoretical, and they're not really learning anything. To be honest with you, they're just delaying adulthood.
I can't disagree with that at all.
And so the byproduct of that is that many of them are becoming educated. They're overlooking things that they could do for, intellectual employment. And they probably would have been better suited, learning how to do something, in practice. It doesn't even have to be blue collar or low, like something, low class or whatever, like Burger King or something. But there is some value.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Well, wait a minute, Dan. You Burger King low class to you, sir?
I'm sorry?
I say Burger King's low class to you, my good sir?
Well, I mean,
not for a girl,
you wouldn't want to be working there at 25 years old, but I was just reading, you'd hope to be, if you've come out of high school, they've educated you enough that you should be able to progress beyond Burger King. But I was reading that the CEO of Lowe's, he's actually a black guy. He started out in security at Lowe's, or Home Depot or somewhere, and he worked his way up. And I think he later went to college, or he was going to college while he was working. But had he not been working, he probably never would have become CEO of Lowe's, working just in security. And then he became the VP of security. So I think that this going to college really puts off working, and you never know what you miss by, not doing it.
Well, and back in my day, people still worked when they went to college. They don't have to do that now because of the ease of getting student loans.
Well, education is nothing remotely close to what we think it is, anyways. Like what, 30% of males in the United States go to college? Like this is just a freak ass number that doesn't really particularly mean anything.
Well, that means they're probably smartening up, and not doing it.
Yeah, but it's not really much different. Like I guess the after World War II, there was like a spike in university attendance. That's with that whole GI Bill kind of thing, and of course they were coming back from fucking war. They had to do something, right? And so that was their entry in. Right? But as time, well, they went to war and then came back like all messed up and then went to college, right? But at the end of the day, right, they already had skills and talents, right? They were just looking to do something else.
Right.
It's no qualms with them. It's just the situation that it is. And at the end of the day, you're ahead of the game if you graduate high school and have some idea of making an income without all of the extra of it.
What percentage of men do you think should go to college in the country? Like, what's natural in the first world?
About 5%.
I don't think that's a big problem if we have 30% going.
Yeah, we have a surplus of it.
That's a big problem. It's a real big problem.
And they're graduating from college with degrees and aren't qualified to do anything.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, most people, it's always been the case that people that go and get degrees, that it's very rare for them to actually be employed in the area that they
field,
have.
right?
Yeah. It's a sales pitch, and to be fair, right, it's just how our environment operates. We don't need it.
I think the colleges are operating on the same kind of funding model, business model that public schools are. It's a head account, right?
Yeah.
And because they're going to get the student loans, or their family's going to pay for it. So it's like straight profit for the university. Doesn't
Yeah,
matter how
there.
many let in, the more the better.
A university is by default a business at the end of the day. It's what it's supposed to do.
But
and if the government's going to subsidize it, the price is going to keep going up.
Right.
Yeah,
And the quality is going to keep going down.
The main thing is that we support it, and I hate to say it, some of them motherfuckers don't need to be there.
I think supported by
and see, John, the only problem, and I like the things that you said. You didn't say nothing wrong, I guess I agree with a lot of it. I just think some of these motherfuckers don't need to be at Burger King.
At Burger King?
Yeah, some of them need to be there.
Oh, well, you know,
see, because we give a false education to somebody who, which I'll say, not my words, they get a degree that they don't even use, right? And then they use that to make more money, but they put themselves in a better position than anything else. But they mindset, and we could see some, we watched some earlier. I mean, I done plenty of shows on how smart these people is in college, but they say the darndest things. They like to let a fifth grader show, you know, are you smarter than a fifth grader? Yeah, you can do them questions against a person in college and it'll blow their mind. They don't even know the answers to some of them. They didn't even know what three times three was. It blew their mind to even think of that. But you know, it's certain stuff like that, you know, just pointing out certain little things, just easy things. But I noticed that some of them people are smart enough to be the best fry cook in the world at McDonald's.
Well, slight pushback, because I actually think that people that fail in society are highly beneficial. There has to be dumb people that are willing to pay money for absolutely stupid shit. The reason why our economy is so good is because people do dumb shit.
Well, you know,
dumb and lazy.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you need the lazy. The lazy is needed. Yeah, come on now.
You know, I talked to Be Brave a lot. I don't know if you guys know Be Brave. I know.
Oh God.
No, yeah, I know. I seen him before. I talked to him.
We used to do a show together, but anyway, he said something, man. You know, I think he's a fairly intelligent guy, even though he's not formally educated. He may just read a lot, think a lot. But he said something. I said, "Man, that's pretty slick." He says, "Even though I'm poor white trash, I fit into the rich white man's ecosystem. I work hard. I get up and go to work. I'm a good worker. And yeah, I'm not going to be Steve Jobs, but I can work in one of Steve Jobs' factories and it'll, you know, I'll fit right into the ecosystem. You know, it's like a symbiotic relationship."
Yeah, he just means employed by the factory owner.
That's what he said. He said, "Look, I'm not smart enough to create Apple, but if Apple got a factory, I can go work there."
But that's the thing. That's no more or less useful than the end consumer.
But imagine if someone like him or just a regular person who thought they fit in at a higher slot in the ecosystem, right? A bird thought he was a cat, or you know, a hyena thought he was a lion or whatever. Then you're missing out on that slot in the ecosystem where all these people could have been and serving a purpose that would have been better suited for everybody.
They're useful too,
but not out of position. Not out of position.
No, their failure is useful. It is the case that somebody has to get paid to clean up.
But here's the thing, though. Let's say in today's society, you go get a bunch of education. You're a woman. You probably don't have any skills worth of shit, but you got the education, so the government will step in and prevent you from filling your slot in the ecosystem where you might clean houses for a living or babysit. Now you got this woman with a head full of education and she wants to make $100,000 work for the government. And the ecosystem is missing out on a player there. Whereas the poor white guy, he didn't go to college. Fuck it, he go work in your factory. So if someone creates a factory, he's there to work in it. Not the educated person. He wants a clean job, you know, a white collar job.
But there are
see nowadays
programs for getting seniors' houses cleaned.
I'm sorry.
There's actually a HUD program specifically for that.
That's government, right? That's the government. But what I'm talking about is when I'm a landlord when I want to call for cleaners today, they're almost all immigrants. But we have a whole bunch of educated women here in America who, many of them probably would be better suited in the cleaning ecosystem like they used to do back in the day. People used to clean houses. But now we've had to import a whole foreign country of people to do our cleaning because our people are too educated to do it. Yeah, a lot of these women are social workers, shit like that, with PhDs, demanding $100,000. They probably should be in the cleaning profession.
Well, the cleaning profession is dominated by men. We just assume that, like, when we say the term cleaning, right, we assume like sweeping and mopping. But at the end of the day, right, we're talking about like sewage.
Mainly men.
Yeah.
No, he's specifically talking about house cleaning.
Like domestic cleaning. Like, that's been
coming. Oh, yeah, then he's right. He's right.
In the last 20 years.
He's not talking about like cleaning maintenance.
He's talking about domestic.
Right. In the last 20 years, I never knew anyone that got their house clean. Today, damn near everyone I know gets their house clean.
Wait, what? Really?
Well, in this area, yeah. It's like a cost of living, everyone gets their house cleaned up here for whatever reason. So, and it's all Hispanic women that do it. There has to be some American women, head full of education.
Why the fuck are they wasting? Why are they? Oh, now I got questions. Why are they wasting their money?
They're too busy to do it.
How busy can you? How busy do you have to be to vacuum a damn floor and wash some dishes?
I mean, white collar. I mean, they probably wash their dishes, but they have people come in and clean their house periodically.
It's whole companies that literally have contracts with people to come and clean their house. They send people over there to clean. John is not bullshitting. He's serious. Like they gonna clean your shit up.
Yeah, like
you there or you not there. They'll clean around you, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
And see,
I'm upper
back
class.
in the day.
No way in hell I'm going to allow somebody to come into my. One, I don't trust people. Two, like I just can't understand even if it's like $100 a week, right? I can't understand spending $100 to vacuum, right? Like that's like.
That's big business, bro. Real big business.
Yeah, heck yeah.
And see that, why? But that's also the problem, right? You could lower yourself to pay somebody to do that.
Right. But here's the thing. And so what I'm saying is, if I wanted to start a cleaning business, or any of you guys, it'd probably be very difficult for you to do it because there are no Americans willing to do it.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that ecosystem of people who should be willing to do it, they have a head full of education now. They're not going to, even if they can make more money, they're not and work for themselves. I clean up every day. Right? I clean up behind people every day.
They want a job more for the prestige than the money.
Damn, Galt got me paranoid, right? I want to ask people, do you hire somebody to clean your house? Because I'm gonna call him a lazy fucker.
Let me tell you, I had a guy call in today on my stream. He was looking for a room, African guy, and you can listen to it if you want. So he says, I like to ask questions. He's from Nigeria, somewhere out there. Sierra Leone, oh man, he's from Sierra. Oh, he had a hell of a story. He told me stories about seeing people's arms and legs chopped off during the war. You can hear it on my stream. Anyway, so I asked him, I said, what is it like working with Americans? And so he started talking about black people by and large. And he said, the blacks like to work more or less in the front of the house. And he said, really, they don't want to work. They just want to work cashiers, right? But the profit center in a grocery store is the deli and the meat, right? They just want to do the cashier. It's easy work, stand up on your feet. Customers go, you can pull out your phone, so on and so forth. Not a lot of responsibility. But the Africans and the immigrants come over here, they don't mind fucking working in the deli. And then in a year from now, they're working in a butchery or something. The cashier, sooner or later, he's replaced by a self-checkout machine. And that, I think, is kind of the way the Americans look at it. They much rather work in the front of the house and be clean, right? I'm a cashier, versus having an apron on, spraying down the floor after chopping up some short ribs. It's two different ways of looking at the world now. I think this is what education does to the mind.
Well, and also with the modern system, right? A kid's first job nowadays comes after he's graduated from college.
Yep.
Back in the day, kids were working in high school. They learned the basics about it being an employee when they were a kid.
The immigrants have closed those doors on them.
Oh yeah.
Plus these artificial minimum wages, they're too high. They're much too high. They're much too high in these inner cities. And I would say, more or less foreclosing on the futures of a lot of these inner city kids. The minimum wages that makes them unhireable, bro. You can't fucking hire an 18-year-old at $20 an hour, $25 an hour. You can't do it.
No, that's a whole fact. No, but that's part of big business though, bro. That ain't got nothing to do but just with logistics and how your business is ran. If you don't have a business, bro, that can amp up and get small enough and make enough money, bro, to cover everybody and make a good margin, then yeah, you're gonna resort to not want to do anything with, adding people to your stock. Because I mean, it's like you just said, instead of paying somebody 15, you paying them niggas 23.
When they're doing $7 an hour work.
Right.
That's a whole. But see, that ain't got nothing. It's because of them states, bro. I mean, that I don't go into that, bro. But down here, that's why I said I had to cut back, because you deal with people like that, and you see it's too much, bro. Like you can't go cheap. You don't want to go get somebody who you can work for 39 cents a day. You can't do that over here. This ain't across seas. I wish. See,
I think that's the illusion. That's the illusion that people think, man. You wrong as a motherfucker. Like, not cheap, bro. They got a term, white man prices, right?
Oh yeah,
white man prices. Shit, fuck the white man out of business. I had a white man drop by my house yesterday. My roofer. He ain't got shit to do. He's sitting around twiddling his thumb. His roof's going up. But the white man maintain a crew. He being fucked up too, because he can't maintain a crew. Whereas the immigrants, they can maintain a tighter crew. I've rented to them where they be like, yo, I got 3 guys gonna be working in my restaurant. I want to rent a room for all 3 of them in the same room. Right. And so you pick them up in the morning, take them to the restaurant, drop them off, and you go wherever the hell you need to do, handle some more business. If any of us tried to open up a restaurant here today, it'd be all over. We probably wouldn't be able to keep it open 8 hours a day. We'd be running out there trying to do it ourselves. None of our friends and family would help, because maybe they got a decent job somewhere. They're not going to sacrifice that job for you to pursue that business. So it leaves it to the immigrants. That's why I talked about it today. The blacks and whoever talking about doing an economic blackout. I mean, if they would have closed all the Popeyes and Burger Kings in their neighborhood, they couldn't open nothing else back up. It'd just be an empty building. Till the immigrants come in and open a taco stand or whatever. And I think that's the really biggest problem right there, is that the entrepreneurship that can work, Americans pretty much give up on that.
Well, I'm saying a lot of opportunities, John, that's coming our way. People ain't gonna want to hop on them, but shit, like you said, just a cleaning job, period, bro. If you working in look, I want y'all to think about something. I'm in a rural city, in a rural part of Oklahoma, right? But some of y'all and some of these kids is in a good spot, bro. Like in New York, bro. A nigga who cleaning pipes in New York or putting that new lining inside them pipes in New York with that little machine.
Yeah, they do.
Bro, you making hella good money.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why you tripping. And everything has to be redone eventually. So your work is never going to stop.
Yeah. But they don't want to do physical work.
Mm-hmm. And see,
nowadays,
bro, man, like I got a couple of Hispanics that work for me. And they cover all the bases, bro. They ain't letting anybody in their network, bro. They ain't letting one fucking dollar get out their network. If I say, yo, I need a tree cut down, my plumber say, I know somebody. Yo, I need an electrician. Yeah, I got somebody. he's already to him. You know, they are dominating the industry in ways like the construction industry, and that's 40% of the market, give or take. They're dominating in ways like makes it, like I said, they're putting white people out of business, and I don't see how the minorities can get in that. You know, these up in the cities, like you say, New York, man, they muscle construction teams.
Well,
Like
it kind of depends. So, like, the last time I was stateside, I guess about 2 years ago, I ended up, I think it was like $48,000 to install a septic tank, run the leach field and all that bullshit, right? And I did it. I had a backhoe. I could have done some of the work myself, right? But it was the septic tank that I could not. Like, I don't, what do I know how to build a damn septic tank, right? Like, it's either the case I buy one in plastic ones for, I think, like $4,000, or they have the concrete ones, right? Which case,
Yeah.
I don't know what one of those costs. I didn't even price it. But
they cheap, bro. They like, it's like between 17, 2,000. It just depends on if you get in the double, you know what I'm saying, the twin, or you just getting a single one.
That's the thing. I ended up paying the money because I thought, well, fuck, I don't want to waste my time with it. I've got other stuff I got to deal with, right? So it was time that was working against me. However, as soon as that $48,000 fucking hit I was like, the hell am I doing? I'm just throwing money away. I can build a damn septic tank. I know how to build a damn form, so I can figure this out. It can't be that damn difficult, right? I can get a hold of rebar. You can get like all kinds of weird stuff. I've got a backhoe. I can dig trench, right? None of this stuff I had to actually pay for. And that's where it is. It's not the case that they're dominating it. It's that we're allowing it. Aside from whatever certification, because I believe that the state is heavily involved with like where you dump your poo, basically. But I mean, aside from that, whatever those regulations are, yeah, you can get into it. Now, it ain't cost effective. I imagine that truck is kind of expensive. If it's a ditch witch or something like that, might be a little expensive to get started. But the idea of getting into the business, doable. I want to now, because after finding out that was $48,000, I was like, damn, I can do that. Like I can start business for that.
And was that years ago when that happened?
That was 2 years ago.
Okay, well, see, I'm surprised they didn't tell you about the damn when you don't even need a septic tank, they got this way that you can leach this shit out with these black containers, these plastic containers that they make. You got to put it. You just lay them out in the yard and cover them with it.
It's New York. You don't really.
Y'all don't have it. Okay,
yeah.
No, I'm just about to say, you in New York, you ain't got no space. Y'all niggas ain't got no land out there.
Well, it's upstate New York. There's options available, but like the regulation, right? That's why I said, aside from the regulation part, and that's even if you want to comply with it. If you're upstate New York, yeah, you could dig a hole, drop a septic tank. Ain't nobody really going to know about it. I mean, unless your neighbors are snitching on you. But I mean, But that's the point, right? We're in a position because we allow it. It ain't they're doing so well. It's that we individually are doing so damn bad. Because I guarantee you, if we go back,
it actually goes back to not making kids work when they were young. All my friends who went to college worked their way through college, and they did construction in the summertime.
I think
they went up to the mountains or out on the coast.
Yeah,
you got construction experience.
Well, so is that the case though? Like, if we were to go out and do like a poll in chat and ask everybody under the age of 25, do you know how to drive a nail? Like, do you know how to operate a concrete mixer? Do you think they're going to say no?
But I think work.
Yes, I guarantee it. They're going to say no.
I think working is part of it. I think the other part of it, I think you're right, Mel. Americans need to learn how to live a little bit more like migrants, as I say. Learn how to team up with people as opposed to going about it individually. I rent places to people, and they're single. Oftentimes they're living in a room. But when I rent to immigrants, it's always usually two of them if it's a couple or something. But and so they're splitting the rent. The Americans, black or white, tend to live more solo lives. And so if you can't put your head together while another group of people are putting their head together, even if you're making more money than both of them.
Most Gen X and Gen Z, they've had a private room to sleep in their whole life.
Yeah.
That's a whole fact. Most people have. Now,
And most
everybody ain't, but
and,
yeah.
Yeah, so they're never going to get 6 guys to a 3-bedroom apartment again.
No, that's never.
They can't even imagine living like that.
Only in college.
It's not even. It's not even that, bro. Because even when I went to go visit my cousin, they shit wasn't like it was when my brother and them was there. You know what I'm saying? Like going to go visit them as a youngster. Yeah, nigga, nah, it wasn't like that. These dudes is they out here living bad, and they say they in their own shit. They ain't partner up. I don't see a lot of that now. I don't know about up there in the north side of the United States, like you know what I'm saying, New York
That's
and all
American
that.
thing, I think it's an American thing by and large. You know, you hear and you look at a plumbing company, any town, it's Michael and Son, something like that. That's what the immigrants are doing. You know, they have a team of people, their son, their brother, their nephew, and they doing work together. Hell, I've had people come in here, some of my houses, they'd be the husband and wife working. You know, she be painting drywall and shit. Can you imagine an American couple doing drywall together, you know, for money? Maybe in their own house, but not out working. That would be it's very rare.
I'd strangle my old lady if I had to work with her.
So
I would choke her out. I couldn't deal with it, right? But the idea of my son, right? Like, I guess when he gets older, right? That I could actually see. And the sad part, like, that's a lot of money. Plumbing, that's you own your own plumbing company. You can cap out $300,000 a year.
Hell yeah. If you just know how to do plumbing, you can make $100,000 a year or whatever they pay you, and then do side jobs on Saturday and Sunday and after work and make a lot of money. You know, I had a guy working for me once, and I've told the story before. He showed up, he had this kid with me. He's a Hispanic guy. Like, yo, the kid's not going to school. Like, he don't want to go to school. Today, he's like a foreman on a construction site. He's 10, 12 years later, he's a foreman. You know, he learned it all just probably going around job to job to job with his dad. And an American wouldn't have done that. There was a bodega in the corner in St. Mark's and Ralph, where I live in Brooklyn. There was like a kid working in the bodega, midnight during COVID, no mask, selling beer, cigarettes, everything. I showed that picture to America. He like, man, I would have called the police. I'm like, what? It's a different mindset.
Yeah.
That's why they own all the stores in the neighborhoods and shit like that. They had their whole families working.
Yeah, you see these Indian stores, right? But what you don't realize is they got the whole family, 3 generations, living in the back of the store or the apartment above the store.
Yeah.
They
in
all
ghettos.
work in the store.
Yeah, in ghettos and shit. You know, in Brooklyn, man, right? I think Resla says he's in Brooklyn. Shit, man, I've seen them Arabs. The women be walking down the street with the children in the Sharia, you know, the whole get up. And they live like right there on Buffalo and shit. And the store is right there at the corner. And I guess the woman never works in there, but the children, the men do. And I think that's the way it works. I mean, you're not even competing with big business. And it's totally local retail. And they make a shitload of money too.
Like that. So what would y'all say that would be good to change or to bring more jobs? What type of jobs would these people want to accept? The new generation, because it don't seem like, I'm thinking online jobs is the only thing that I'm seeing everybody is trying to get pushed on to. If there's some way they can pay people just to sit at the house and be lazy, I think that's what they want to. That's what people strive for.
Yeah, you wouldn't base it off of the concept of jobs per se. You would just basically tell guys, fuck women. I'm sexist. I don't care one way or the other. But you would just tell guys, stop wasting your fucking time thinking about society. Who gives a shit about? They're not paying your bills. They're not making your life any easier. Why are you basing your decisions based off of society? Who gives a shit what's popular? Care about how the hell you're going to make a living for the rest of your life.
if I were like doing what do they call it, a SWOT analysis or whatever they call it, right? I would say who can you most easily compete against in this country? Most people, when they dial a phone number, they hate hitting one. They don't want to deal with someone who they can't, understand. And that extends in the trades, any type of service. Most people want to deal with someone that they understand clearly, where they don't have to have any back and forth. That's the low-hanging fruit. Food, trades. Look at all these businesses in your community that are run by immigrants. Americans can do that better. We may not be able to make robots better than Northrop Grumman, but we ought to be able to serve our people, Americans, food to their taste better than someone from 1,000 miles away. And if you can't do that, if you can't own a gas station, the Subway restaurants that the Indians own, the motels where we all stay, if we can't do that, and those are very basic businesses, you don't need a whole fucking bunch of education to do it. If you can't do that, then all of the headier things, you're going to be trying to basically build a house from the top down.
And we allowed immigrants to take the construction market by letting them in here.
Yeah, well, yeah,
and it lowered wages in those.
So what y'all think about when we need manufacturing again? Now, I want y'all to think of this concept. You're talking about bringing manufacturing back and started something, but it's going to keep the same mindset that you had when you was talking about these regular jobs. That means skill, right? And then they got to have some type of learning to where they can learn on the fly and be able to perform a job at high pressures. Most of these businesses, y'all know, they're supposed to be coming back is going to be what the grind was back in the day. That means you got to bust your ass, work hard, come to work every day, and you got to have a certain type of trade or skill to do the damn job.
Sure, but
the kids nowadays be able to handle that. Not us. It would be easy for us. I'm thinking about the ones. I'm thinking about the ones who stuck on the computer, can't keep the phone at the hand, and they think they're supposed to make $20,000 if they just do a photo shoot. I mean, I'm just.
Yeah, but modern manufacturing isn't going to be the manufacturing in the 1980s that left.
Personally, I wouldn't even put my trust in corporate America bringing back jobs. That's not their mission to.
No, their mission is to make money for their shareholders.
They may bring back a whole bunch of manufacturing shit, be automated. Right.
And that's what I mean. That's going to be modern manufacturing.
Right.
It's going to be fixing the machines that are making the products.
Right. So yeah, and that'll be that. Right.
Can we talk a little bit about that?
They don't seem like a lot of jobs.
No, it probably won't be, right? But I think again.
So what's the deal of bringing it back if you're not gonna have? Because the reason
it's more jobs than we have now.
There'd be some.
But
you're talking about manufacturing?
Yeah.
Yes. So you saying fixing people going out fixing a robot or learning how to fix or something. So which they gotta go through and make sure again. This is the concept that y'all going by. A degree in certain things like that, because you're not going to be able to work on those just going to a trade school. Just go engineer it on the highest level, mess with something Elon Musk and them come up with. That machine that never just keep on painting the oil off the floor, something way different, sir, than a person just going to just tinker and all that. So we're talking about something big, right? That compared to hands-on doing the same goddamn job. Now check this out, doing the same goddamn job as somebody else in the other country, how they was building it with laborers, paying them at a rate that they know they can pay them. It's just the problem that the business won't be making so much of money to where you'll be able to pocket everything in your pocket, like $500,000 per CEO and $1 million per, revenue. And this is pocket money to take away. We ain't talking about that. It might be cut down a little bit. You might have to be taking home a little a salary of 200,000.
Bro,
You know what I'm
like,
saying?
bro,
And had most of
they could
This is looking at it from a perspective of labor, right? And that's only like maybe a third of the issues. I moved my pharmaceutical company to Vietnam, and for good reason. New York charges 33% corp tax. Vietnam charges 4%, hands down. And Vietnam's cheap, well, communist, cheap labor, right? At the end of the day, I solve all kinds of problems just by moving it. So even if it was the case that you would solve like a labor issue or accommodate toward labor, you're not doing anything. You're only addressing like a small concept of it. We don't want fuck all to do with the state and there's regulation. Hell, I can't even imagine what the regulations would be anymore.
Right. You know, as I say to you, man, the easiest way to go in with the people that I see that are doing very well for themselves, you walk around your neighborhood. I don't give a fuck where you live. You go to a neighborhood that's not so nice, you know, or I don't live in a very nice neighborhood, but there's stores, and those people are making a shitload of money. And Americans have to be able to do that better. That's why I would start. That's what I would suggest to you. It's the easiest thing. It's the lowest hanging fruit. If you can't run the business, you probably own the building and have those people running it for you. And so on and so forth. But I think that's just the easiest way to go. You know, I've been a landlord a long time. There are very few like me that rent rooms, you know, in the hood and shit. And it'll be very easy for someone to replicate this versus learn how to make a robot. And then depending on corporate America to hire him to make the robot.
But their college programs have robotics now.
Yeah. But
which program?
Colleges run robotics programs.
You
Tech
know,
schools run robotics programs.
You know,
they can teach this stuff, the basics and the language in college and tech schools.
You know, I was looking
or a manufacturer can teach it.
Manufacturer probably can teach it. I was looking through some colleges, their staff. And, you know, I've had this theory running that a lot of people drop out of tech in college because they can't understand the professors. I remember
the professors are foreign.
Right. Many of them are Indian. And if you've ever worked with Indians, you have a hard time. And I was a software developer all my life, but I learned on my own, never took a class.
Oh, no shit. Okay.
Right. But I figure if I had to go to school and learn that shit, and you know, they were teaching Fortran, which is obsolete, and they still teach it to this day. You can go to some college and still see they teaching fucking COBOL and Fortran. Shit's obsolete, right? Unless you're gonna work for the government. And so what I'm saying is that these professors probably aren't that good. It's probably the universities finding low budget professors and putting them in charge to teach. And they have some degree from IIT in India or wherever, and they come here and they teach poorly.
You're not lying.
The students who, many of them, someone like me from Alabama, never heard a foreign language in my life. Now I'm trying to decipher what someone from Pakistan is saying. And I start blaming myself. It ain't him, it's me. And I said, maybe I'm not cut out for this software. I hear it's so hard. And I think that's why we don't have a lot of STEM in America. That's my opinion right there. I've done software a long time.
No, we do have the STEM, but they're being held at particular levels. So you have to be a specialist at particular, like when you're going to like in the area of Tufts and things like that. That's when they're offered to you.
Say what? When you're doing what?
When you're going to specialized graduate areas like Tufts.
And they want you to have experience too.
Yeah. Oh, and not to mention the stupid ass recommendation letters that you need to have. Oh,
I mean, to get in software today is easier than ever, in my opinion. Easier than ever.
So you said what is?
To get into software today?
It used to be.
Well, and I think the only thing hindering people are the H-1Bs. Again, the corporations. You depend on them to bring the jobs, and then they come up with some scheme to undercut you. But But to prove your mettle in software, I always tell people, if you really want to get into it, just start practicing. create you a GitHub account and just post your code there.
I agree. That's kind of how I got started into it. But even I noticed that it's now I find I run into a lot of devs who are complaining so much about it because they notice that like versus when it's older versus like when you had me coming in like about almost about a year and a half now. But quite frankly, you have a lot of people leaving because they feel like their market is getting oversaturated because now people have learned due to COVID that it's actually not that hard to get in.
I think it's the H1Bs, bro. I think the H1Bs are really
the market.
From my experience, I worked with them for a very long time.
The market was always saturated, even back in the 80s and 90s. Like it was always saturated. You could.
No, in the 90s and early 2000s, that's when we were still dealing with the whole meme of do you code because network engineers like me wasted our time. Well, not wasted, but we learned so much of the physical aspect of network switches, routers, all that stuff, but we didn't learn to code, which kicked our ass later on, especially when 2010 came around.
Oh,
we had to start learning that shit.
I came up this way. Everybody that I worked with, at least during then, like so starting 14, we ended up getting into PHP just simply because we were wanting to play video games, but we wanted a league system, right? So we wanted a website, we had to learn, right? It was just basically a hobby that you ended up learning from it. But as we got older and graduated, we decided, well, shit, we could start running game servers and things like that. So we just wrote our own code so we can make a couple bucks here and there. What we ended up doing was coming up with like a library of scripts to where if we wanted to get a job doing it, we could just show them, hey, this is what I've been doing, right? But that was always the case is there was plenty of people that could demonstrate that they knew how to do something. Right. It might not be exactly what, like, say, a company would want. Well, so they got real big into the CSS design. I fuck design. I never got into that, right? But if they were advertising for that, okay, I ain't got nothing to show. Like my shit I don't do design, right? But there were other people that did the same thing. Right. It's just that market was always saturated even back then because we had resources to go and learn from. John is right. We ended up teaching ourselves. Now,
and that's the problem with tech education today is by the time they figure out a curriculum,
it's obsolete anyway.
And yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It was obsolete.
You learn the code your freshman year in college is going to be dead language when you're a senior.
But it was always like that.
I don't think these companies are actually out here. So take like AWS right now. They just hired Jalen. Jalen ain't got no formal education in code writing.
Well, keep in mind, it's not a license. It's a certificate.
Right. Okay, well, so there you go. It's like a certificate. I can print one of those out myself.
You can literally get an AWS certificate practically anywhere. Now, maybe on the professional level, it may take you a little bit extra, but most companies will take you on the base level that you can get anywhere. You can go to go to Udemy, go to freaking Coursera. It's so easy to study for one of those.
I'm pretty sure she got hired because she demonstrated she was capable of something. I'll go back and ask her, but I know she doesn't have formal education in it, and yet she got hired at AWS. You're like, what the fuck?
You can literally take one of those practice tests for probably like $30, learn the damn course in it, and then show a little bit of knowledge of machine learning, and you're good.
Bro, you can go and Google the damn answers to the test and don't even pay for it.
Yeah. I think the problem is we as an individual just don't want to do shit. Like that's really what this is boiling down to.
It's people are lazy. They don't want to work.
Yeah,
they don't want to actually do a job for money.
Yeah, the reason why I'm not making $300,000 a year is because I don't want to fucking do it. I don't want to do whatever the hell it requires to do it. That's ultimately what it boils down to.
Honestly, I'm thinking about investing in a few of those areas just so I can get into the compliance side.
Good luck. Like I don't fuck with it, but I mean that's just me. I ain't trying to base my life off of that shit, right? I just do shit as a hobby and
like I'm worried about doing it. I'm worried about doing it because I feel like I'll never have the freedom I have right now again.
But wouldn't that be the case? Like it's the same thing as like learning how to fix shit around the house. Right, like learn how to use a damn drill, that kind of thing. You don't need to be an expert. You just need to know how to get by.
Yeah, just do the basic.
Yeah.
Like I taught myself basic electrics, wiring. And the way I did it was my basement was wide open. So I just followed the wires from the panel to the
Even though it was cracking.
Right? Just kept following them. Like, okay. This shit has been there. I read a little bit. Like, oh, this shit is pretty fucking simple, man. I can do all the plugs and shit like that. Hey, man, I was going to ask you. You say you're a white nationalist or Christian nationalist?
Damn, they just throw the white nationalist at me.
John wasn't wrong. John wasn't wrong.
The answer is yes, sir.
Okay. What do you think about Jason Kessler?
Don't have an issue one way or the other. Don't have an
I'm going
opinion.
to have an interview with him tomorrow night or tonight at 8:00. If you're interested, you come over and take a listen. I think he's a nationalist, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Christian nationalism, people think that it's a thing that it's absolutely not. It originally started as like 3 lobbyist groups, and it's just worked its way up. It's not like we all agree. I mean, just like conservatives, there's no such thing as like the conservative party, right? There's no agenda. There's just a whole bunch of different groups of people that are coming up with ideas. And we still don't agree, or even on the direction, to be honest with you.
Oh, Josh, I laugh every time I hear that because I keep thinking about that nice little Asian baby you made.
Is that true, Josh?
Yes.
Wait, what?
I have absolutely failed at my white nationalism.
Got you a little egg roll, baby. That's cool.
Here they call them spring rolls, sir.
A little commie egg roll baby too.
Oh, definitely commie.
Yeah,
Definitely commie. That's actually kind of pissing me off.
How dare you not say keeping your roots, man? How dare you?
I can't stand the commie part, right? Like I really can't deal with it.
Probably maybe like spring roll off your back or something like that.
He went over there and gave one to the Red
Sour
Army.
sauce or some shit, duck sauce.
Well, so that's the funny part, right? So technically, I actually have a commie card. So like I have a voter registration Republican card and a commie card at the same time. I'm sitting here like, oh, this is just this ain't right. It is what it is.
They're gonna put you on
I
the
constantly
terrorist
feel
watch
like
list.
a walk.
For real.
I think the biggest problem is American kids. They've been raised too soft now.
Agreed.
They didn't have to work.
They don't have to labor. They don't have to get their hands dirty.
Nope. And they want to start off where their parents ended up. They think they're owed that. Like I always hear this argument from people that, people aren't leaving generational wealth behind anymore. When the fuck was that ever their requirement?
Yo.
And generational wealth doesn't usually last more than one generation anyway.
Because the next one fucks it up.
Yeah, they waste it and squander it. And if you go further down 3 generations, it's all gone.
I found a dead body in one of my houses recently. And I wanted to tell my kids about it because they had cleaned up that place where the guy lived once before. And don't tell them, that's too rough for them. I told them anyway.
Shit.
But they're like 6 and 8. But shit is a part of life. I don't think I didn't kill them.
That's why you get pets as pets for children.
Yeah.
So they can deal with death before it's a human that they know.
Yeah.
I mean, my neighbors, my mom died when I was 12 years old. My neighbor that grew up right next to me didn't go to a funeral until he was like 24 years old for his grandfather. He never learned to deal with death.
Oh, they figure it out real fast. About the time you become a homeowner, you start looking into how to lower your property taxes, get your exemptions, right? You join the fire department or some shit, right? Like the volunteer fire department. There's, well, I guess in our county, it's like $15,000 deduction off of it. So like, and then you only have to show up like 4 calls. You're going to run into dead bodies, but that's going to be the least of what it is, right? Like there's
Gosh,
a lot
I bet not
more.
here. You're there dragging dead bodies in those places just so you can get the
And
lower
you want to know the cleaning job that's good money? Cleaning up dead bodies and crime scenes.
Oh, that's fucking.
Oh yeah, they pay. Honestly,
Doing the insurance jobs for those.
It doesn't pay
Big
as
money.
much as it used to, but just being good because it's one of the few jobs you can still get as a quote civilian. The forensic jobs, working like with like PD and everything, it's one of the few jobs you can still get without any specialized police training, going to the academy, all that shit. You can still do it.
Yeah, hazmat removals. That's a big thing, and it ain't that difficult. You go in there and start cutting shit out, whether it's the drywall, whether it's the couch, just the mattress. Like, I mean, I've seen all kinds of weird shit, right? Yeah.
Bag it up and dispose of it properly.
You know, I was talking to a guy other night on, I think it was Platinum Elite's channel, and he had opened up a business in Southside Chicago. He opened up a computer repair business or something. And initially my thought was, I said to him, like, dude, Southside Chicago, nigga, it's blunts, chicken wings. Fish. You know, computers, that's not gonna work, right? And he talked about how it was a fucking nightmare. He'd have nightmares, people breaking in and shit. And you know, again, like he would have plenty fried fish and chicken places over there. Why didn't he just try that? He couldn't compete with the Chinese man selling fried chicken and fish. And yet he gonna go in some obscure business or in a market where no one wants it. So he said to do it successfully, he'd have to be in a nice neighborhood. In other words, a not black neighborhood. And for him to do that, he said he needed about $150,000. I said, well, that might as well be $1 billion. You'll never get $150,000. So his dream might as well be the flame. You might as well put the flame out on that one. And so you see the limitations there. How many men are just like him? And women.
Yeah.
Businesses right in their neighborhood or right in the neighborhood that they could operate in.
Can't do it
affordably, but they were like, man, that's too damn dangerous. But somebody
well, that and they're operating off a dream, not a market.
Well, even if they could, I think most of them aren't even trying because they know that the only place they could open up a restaurant or whatever they want to open up would be in the ghetto. They can't go to Beverly Hills. They don't have that kind of money to pay the rent to maintain the place. Plus, they don't know how to deal with luxury customers. They know how to deal with working class and middle class customers. But they're too afraid to go do business in those neighborhoods because of the crime and the violence. And but the other people will, right? They'll take a chance, right? And that creates an interesting position from a standpoint of economics, right? If something is deemed unsafe, then there's a particular risk to it. Then what does that mean? They have to be rewarded accordingly. So these stores are getting a very high risk premium in the stores in these ghetto neighborhoods. So they're making quite a bit of money too. So they're extracting a good bit of money. And I think that black man is a good example that there are a lot of opportunities that if they could just get a hold of the crime, there would be many people coming out of the woodworks trying things because the fear factor would be gone.
That's gonna be a difficult one though, because I've been said this a long time ago. Because neighborhoods are not like what they tried to portray them back in the old movies or whatever. You always see that there are more people in the neighborhood that outnumber the basically the filth that's there, but none of them are ever doing anything to take their neighborhoods back.
Doesn't seem like it though.
No. Well, what? So let me ask you a question, John. What kind of chicken spot would you open up in?
Damn. I was kind of getting there wondering the same thing my motherfucking self.
Hey, man, you know, I'm over smoking this good green, dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm over tripping. I'm like, I wonder what kind of chicken he gonna be cooking at this upper in the upper spot.
That's right.
What kind of chicken you gonna be making? Some kettle chicken, nigga? Your chicken gonna be sweet or something? What you gonna do to your chicken? You gonna put some caviar on top of your chicken to make your chicken sell? I don't.
I look at what the Chinese are doing. They clearly must be making money, and I think any American should be able to beat them in customer service. Most people complain about their fucking customer service and shit. They're not nice to you and all that. And if you can keep it cleaner, if your customer service is better, you can outcompete them. I think so. I think most Americans would choose an American over a Chinese place. You know, you just got to be there. You got to try it. I just never had many options to try it. So
I don't know about that because most of the time, for me, working in particular businesses, I always hear there was American people that give the worst kind of customer service.
Well,
the Asians are trying to go a little bit above and beyond. I don't know what it is.
I mean, some of them don't even fucking talk to you. You know, they can't talk to you. Or how about the
whole shut up?
Hey, don't be hating on them gizzards, nigga. Them gizzards go hard, nigga.
Part, though. Like,
here we go with the gizzard talk.
Yeah, the fried gizzards, nigga.
But how many of them have the patience to deal with customer service?
But how about a bodega? Anybody could do a damn bodega, right? Ain't nothing but a fucking store selling bread, cigarettes, batteries, Lucy's.
You know, subscribe to 7-Eleven.
Yeah, but who's going to a bodega to go get some food? If you putting it in that area
here in New York,
you'd be a fucking them stores make like 30,000.
Yeah, so let me ask you a question. You mean to tell me that around $1 million, $20 million, $30 million homes is bodega, sir?
But see, that's what I'm saying. See, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
And what I ain't never been up there and looked at that shit. So what does it look like?
But that's what
is rat still going across the floor and shit? And is it looking bad or what? I mean,
rat's going across the floor of the $20 million house too.
Right, but dude, dirty, you
New York.
You focus on the 5-10 million. Like hell, East New York got chicken restaurants that ain't $5 million places. Those are regular working class people. Focus where you can best afford to get in. You can't afford to rent in Billionaires Row. You probably could afford business in East New York or Brownsville or maybe a part of Bed-Stuy, and make a go up there. And
Dirty, don't go to New York. Just don't do it, right? Because what we're gonna do is, if climate change is not real, right, we're gonna make it real. We're gonna flood that fucking city, put it right down into the ocean.
Listen, I don't
What's
mind
this we shit? What's this?
I
we
don't
shit,
mind
first off?
seeing. I don't mind seeing Manhattan going under. I don't mind seeing Coney Island gone. Like, go ahead. I'm good.
It's okay. To be fair, Resla, since you're the older brother here, right? Like, I will boat in and come pick you up, right? I won't. But only because.
I can already hear a mama. I tried my best. I ain't see him.
Yeah, because I don't need mama any more angry at me than she already is, right? So I gotta sneak you, unfortunately.
Okay.
Too late.
So she mad already. Okay.
Yeah, mama's always pissed off at me. Like, she come at me like left and right.
I think it's your voice. Isn't your voice?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I only recently found out I was adopted, right? I mean, shit.
That's true. That's true.
Resla keeps calling me the grunt, or I'm sorry, the runt in the litter. Now this motherfucker picking on me.
Well,
damn, you ain't even a runt, dude. You just stray.
We got a messed up family.
Once you feed them, you can't get rid of them.
It go mayo to get activated.
Damn. Can't catch a break around here.
Okay. It is what it is, Josh. You know how to go.
We're gonna ask Alt why he's gonna be doing an interview with a neo-Nazi that apparently lives with his father.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that.
I didn't know
That's way out of my purview.
He said his Furby.
Yeah, real talk, nigga. Yeah, y'all insight way farther than mine, nigga. I don't know what y'all talking about, who y'all talking about. I just know John. I appreciate him coming through, but I don't know the dude he talking about. Y'all got to put me on game. I don't know
This
these
guy
people.
is he's a right winger like myself, right? He's an authoritarian like myself, right? But problems is there's a few things we're probably gonna wholeheartedly disagree on. One of the issues.
Okay, so that's your brother. That's your brother.
Yeah. We're probably somewhere along the same political.
So one of the
lines,
OGs
right?
that he really wants to make sure that he makes sure the white race stays on top.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, this guy, his
Jasper.
his claims are that the white man isn't on top, right? His claims are that society is fucking us over. Yeah, I don't consider us in that position that he's complaining about. But that would be that's the thing that he's running on, I guess.
Okay.
That's why I immediately laughed, because I knew like Josh had already he already went against that narrative when he made his own baby.
But I mean, like, wow, you're just like, the guy is fucking. I don't know. I think I might be interested in it only because, and I don't know anything recently about him. I think it was like 2018. The dude was like on a live stream, and he was kind of like he had a decent following at the time, right? But in the middle of his live stream, his dad comes on in the middle of the stream and is bitching at him about something. I forget. That's how they found out he was living with his dad. It's like, what the fuck, right? Like, you're not even a grown ass adult. Fuck off.
That's crazy.
Stop making all that goddamn noise. Stop making all that goddamn. Sorry, Pops. Sorry, Pops.
How I first not introduced him because I heard about the rally in Charlottesville, the Unite the Right rally. But years later, he wrote me an email looking for a room for rent in DC. That's Jason Kessler.
Oh, wow.
And so, I still have his number. So years later, I saw him on Twitter, and I said, "Hey, man, I would love to interview you." I followed that, Unite the Right thing. I was always interested in that. And so, that's how he'll be there today, 8 p.m. Yeah.
I might stop in and hate watch, but I pretty much got nothing to say with the guy because his own. It's basically the premise, and it would be the case with almost anybody that's like. It's one thing to be like white nationalist, as in I just support myself. The same way like a black nationalist would be saying, I promote my tribe before anybody else's. To me, this is just normal, right? But it's different if it's the concept of I'm a victim. That's where I kind of like break off. And there's no way in hell a white nationalist is going to say like, oh, the government's stacked against me. Like, motherfucker, right? We are the top population in the U.S. We're not on the planet, but in the U.S. How the fuck are we going to lay claim that we're like some kind of victim here? And that's where things go a different direction. No,
I'm more interested. I really want to talk to him about James Fields, the guy that was sentenced to 250 years in prison for the lady Heather Heyer that was killed or that died that day, whatever. I guess she was killed, whatever. So I want to talk to him about that. And I think it was kind of a government psyop. I think it was the January 6th test run. So I want to ask him about that, see what he says about that. Yeah.
First time I've ever heard of that.
Galter.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. The guy who the guy who ran the car into the protesters at the Unite the Right rally.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
James Fields, they gave him, and he didn't hit the woman. Someone hit the back of his car, which caused him to accelerate. You can clearly see he didn't try to kill people. He wasn't swerving, trying to hit people. He hit a car, which caused a chain reaction, which hit the family. But
but he did it for like a quarter mile. He was going 80 miles an hour for like a quarter mile.
No, it wasn't a quarter mile.
No,
Nowhere near. It wasn't even a whole block.
I actually went there.
City block.
I actually went there and walked the block. I think it was 4th Street or Market Street, one of those streets. The street actually should have been closed that day. Should have been charter buses or whatever. They didn't have them there. So traffic was going down that street, which led to the square. Someone hit the back of his car. He probably thought
that's why he drove off all crazy like that through that whole little parade or whatever the fuck was going on.
Well, what happened was he accelerated forward. and he hit a couple cars. Then you imagine the crowd there; they were going to attack him, so he reversed out of there. He wasn't even trying to hit anyone, and he only hit people that were directly in front of him. And I'm not taking up for him. I'm just describing it as it was.
No. You're right. Like, because context does matter. Context.
Yeah, I'm giving you context. And someone hit the back of his car. And I'm not saying that he had the right to speed forward, but he shouldn't have gotten 250 years because to me, that is an intent. Like, he went down that road to kill those people.
That's what the prosecutors pushed it as.
Right.
And 100%. That's what the narrative was.
He wasn't swerving trying to hit people. He didn't back up and hit other people he was trying to get the hell out of it. This is my opinion. And but they really wanted him like the January 6 guys, and they gave him 250 years. Like they gave Enrico Tarrio 22 years, and he wasn't even at January 6. So that's kind of how I see it. So I kind of want to see how he sees it. Was he set up by the government?
I'm not mad at that, John, to be honest with you, bro. I'm not mad at that. I tell a little jokey joke from time to time, but like, just when I listen to Candace Owens break down the whole George Floyd shit, when it came down to the fentanyl and the pill that bro ate and all the whole little shit, I'm like, ooh, yeah, context definitely matters for sure. And that's a different side of the story I ain't heard before. You know what I mean? So I respect that. I'll fuck with that, bro.
Well,
I think we live in
Kev, think about what you heard about Kyle Rittenhouse, right?
Yeah.
No, facts. No,
And then
I'm
what
on the
came
side of
out
Kyle
in the
Rittenhouse,
trial.
bro.
Yep.
Facts. That's 100% fact.
Trayvon Martin.
You saw that whole media machine in full effect with Kyle Rittenhouse, and you watched the trial.
Bro,
Yeah, they ran on a smut run, bro. My bad, John. Go ahead, brother.
We've been living in a world of hoaxes at least the last 20 years, maybe even more.
Facts.
Trayvon Martin, that shit was a lie. George Zimmerman didn't chase that boy down and shit like that.
It didn't happen like that.
Freddie Gray. I think that January 6th, I think Charlottesville with all psyops and shit.
Michael Brown,
that's hands up, don't shoot. And all of them were like lies, and I think this was one of the bigger ones here because it involved the president, kind of like Trayvon Martin as well. Huh? Yeah.
Yeah, because that was some explosive shit. That shit looked crazy. That looked crazy.
They said that the Friday night before the Unite the Right rally, they had a rally that went well. The next day,
when you call it a psyop, do you mean a psyop from a government aspect, or do you mean just like the psychological, like cause fear?
I think the government was involved. Same with Black Lives Matter. I don't think that shit was real at all.
It's basically a Transformer Lives Matter.
Right. Yeah, it had a lot to do with trans, more so than black.
A lot to do with the Marxist.
Yeah, and I think the government.
100%.
I have a house across the street from this guy, and he does that shit in foreign countries, like stir revolutions and shit. Like Arab Spring. He goes on. He's just one cog in the wheel, right? He's posting articles online on Twitter in Yemen or something, right? Trying to sway the opinion of the people in the favor of American government. And so could the American government do those type of things here? Some guy, can't remember his name, but he works in the government. He said, of course they could. And I live here in DC.
I think it'd be easier to do it here.
Let me give you a footnote for that, John Galt. Let me give you a footnote for that, brother. The Counterintelligence Agency. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We saw what happened with like the Black Panther Party, we saw that. That's real. That's like a non-deniable, so for sure, that shit is possible.
So I think they've mobilized on the American people and been doing psyops, COVID. I didn't believe in any of that shit. And I think this is where we are,
Yeah.
Even the CIA is now saying COVID was lab grown.
I low key want to push back. Oh, hi, John. I'm actually a federal employee. Just to be clear, like I want to push back on it, but the claim is so vague. There's nothing to push back. So, like the idea that the government is involved, the government is almost always involved, at the very least, for investigative purposes, where you would actually have people in groups, right? just for no other reason other than monitoring. So they would be, like, I guess, involved as in attendance, right? But is your claim that they're more like it was their intention, like as a planning phase kind of concept?
Well, they can fund it. They can help plan it. They can help foment it.
You would be funding it if you were basically trying to have plants inside of groups, because you are basically paying people to be inside the group, even if it's an employed, like.
I mean, just think about it, like, bro, like you had Antifa, Black Lives Matter taking over police station. Nobody gets arrested. Like, there's no way the government would just allow that kind of rampant crime and violence. Motherfuckers, I got pictures of motherfuckers here in DC riding down the street, walking down the street. They got all these umbrellas up, you know, deliberately shielding their face and, you know, I guess for the pepper gas or whatever. Vans and shit with no tags on them. It'd be, and I saw them pull one of them. It'd be easy to pull these people over, figure out who the hell they are. They let them go. There's a whole ecosystem. I once had a guy rent from me. He was a lawyer. This motherfucker had like maybe $100,000 in the bank. And I said, what kind of lawyer practice? He said, I just go around to protest. He's like one of the protest lawyers. So when they arrest him, usually they say, you're arresting me wrongly, right? And so there's always some kind of little fucking protest lawyer there to
Oh yeah, and he's paid big money by these NGOs that are sending these kids there.
Yeah, and you know, they're paid protesters all over the place. I mean, you know, you just, and you know, it may not be the government. It could be government funding an NGO or a nonprofit that sends out the protest. There's a million different ways they can do this shit with the amount of funding that you see sloshing around here in DC. And these people are doing very well, you know, and they're not doing shit. And you have to wonder how the hell they live so well. How the hell they able to go to all these protests and shit? You know?
A protest
100%,
lawyer is
bro, and that's
basically
why I
an
said,
ambulance
like,
chaser, right?
Pretty much.
Okay, yeah.
Could
pretty much.
be,
But that's the whole little
especially-
shit with like Richard Aoki, bro. That's why I always bring up like when we talking about this shit that's getting exposed now with the USA shit, you know, I always bring up the Black Panther Party and the Counterintelligence Agency. And if anybody know that story or whatever the case may be, and if you don't, go listen to Richard Aoki's testimony or whatever the case. But that was the Asian cat that was you know, part of the founding four, you know, from UCLA or whatever the case may be. That was the motherfucker that had the access to the guns and this, that, and the third, you know. And bro wound up telling the whole little story, you know, that he got paid to like infiltrate. You know, it's a cold little story, you know. It's a cold little story with that Black Panther Party and the coercion shit, you know. So it's like
I think the thing that a lot of people still don't realize about BLM is that it was funded by George Soros, who is a small hat. And as much as these liberals try to act like they care about Black people and they see the value in Black people, their goal is to pay Black people to act a fool and put it on TV so that they can push this agenda that Black people are ignorant and violent. And that's what BLM did, burning stuff down and yelling and screaming and fighting in the streets. Their goal really is to make Black people look bad on TV.
I think Black people at this point are just like you know, like a bulldog for other people's causes. You know, they really don't have anything to fight for per se, right? Like economically, you know, it's really not much going on, you know, outside of sports and entertainment for the most part, right? That's what
Unfortunately,
that's what the big bucks are. That's what
I don't agree
They're
with that.
Stalin's useful idiots. They're Stalin's
No,
useful idiots.
that's literally
I think-
what it is.
I think the majority of real Black people out here that you don't see on TV, they're doctors, they're lawyers, they're accountants, they're
They're
engineers.
not seen.
They
They're
have
not
good
heard.
jobs. You just don't see them, right? Like the
But if
Black
you-
people that they put on TV are the ignorant Black people that are, you know, the 20% that are idiots.
So if you
The
take
other 80% that are actually good people, they don't put them on TV, but those
Honest,
ones don't agree.
if you take away government jobs, you see Black wealth pretty much like in government attached jobs. So like nurses, people, you know, because they're mostly getting government money. lawyers. Many of them motherfuckers are hell. I got lawyer tenants right now that can't even pay their fucking rent. You can go hear that on my stream if you like.
Oh, lawyers are doing bad right now. They down bad right now.
But the black lawyers who end up being real third tier, many of them, not all, they really doing bad. They end up doing contract law, just fucking doc review. Getting paid $30 an hour.
Not lying.
So the blacks really ain't got much going on economically outside of sports and entertainment, right? That's why you hear so many aspiring rappers. You don't hear fucking aspiring
athletes,
right? And so that's
no athletes want to be rappers. No rappers want to be athletes.
And even then, right?
In that sense, they're just
the top 50% of them cape for the bottom fucking 5% that are actually doing the hardcore crime.
And so in essence, they're really just bulldogs for someone else that may have a cause that he wants to advance. That's how I see it. If you want to advance the trans agenda, well, start moving the ball with the blacks first, and then it's kind of like the Overton window. And then you can now bring in the trans. If you look at some of the statues that the blacks deface, like Robert E. Lee, and I showed them on my stream, they had protect black trans women on this, and this was back during COVID. So that shows you how far this shit went back. That the trans movement was a part of the Black Lives Matter movement, or became attached to it very early on, because they were spray painted on the statue of Robert E. Lee right there in Richmond on Monument Avenue.
They are some of the worst here. Literally, some of the worst here. They are the first people I know that when any Harry Potter movie came out, they were the first ones in line and then demonized the moment J.K. Rowling shit came out. Because why? They got trans friends.
How do you think they're able to do this? Like, they have all of these
movements.
They have all these movements that have nothing to do with helping black people. Well, have very little to do with helping black people. Yet they so easily get black people to fight for them. For instance, DEI. DEI helps white women more than anyone else, and gays. Yet you have black people who are boycotting these places for DEI when it didn't even really help them that much. But they're so quick to get black people riled up and go fight for this and go be angry in the streets. And it's not even about them.
It's no different from welfare. It's no different from anything else. The part of the reason that no one really wants to talk about is because black people don't own their own image. And I bring this back. I harpen this back all the way back to even to the transcontinental slavery, right? When Asians were here, and even when movies or pictures or whatever came out, Asians all left. They left. They went back to China. They started building up their own industries and everything. And people look at Asian actors, even all the way to today, as being some of the most prolific people who have made great cinema. When black people could have left, they didn't. In fact, when you see the image of black people globally, so not just here in the United States, but globally, we are looked at as rappers, athletes, gangsters, and anytime you see a cameo of black people in it, they wearing basketball shorts, they got a fitted on, and they're holding a basketball, or they're singing and they're a big black woman. That's the image globally in Asian markets, in Indian markets, in white markets, and even in our own very own here image. In Africa, it looks like that. We don't control our own image because the narrative already been put about us in media, and it's worldwide.
Yeah,
when Asians left, they took their image back. We never did.
I always kind of considered
So how
that
do we
black
fix
people were
that?
generally overrepresented with like red hoodies. Like that was a thing.
Yeah.
How do we fix that though?
Black people need to stop being a monolith.
That's a fact. Because they love saying we're not a monolith, but we are. Because you know what's the first thing they do, Alex? They talk about all tides lifting all boats. In fact, what's our black national anthem? Lift every voice. Why?
I feel
I
like
don't even fuck with that.
I really
You
think
know,
the majority of black people aren't like that, though. I think the majority of black people are just
You're right.
normal Americans. But the problem is the normal, good black people won't speak out because they don't want those problems. And also, they're just
No,
focused on working and taking care of their
Oh,
kids
they.
and being good people.
but
No,
So
they
they're not
they
on
they,
social media.
they
but they
speak out.
still
They're
want to
just
be
no,
not.
we
tied
speaking out.
But here's the
to
thing about that,
they're
Alex.
having lower people tell them that they're not authentic.
Here's the thing, Alex. We hear about white people across the globe, right? We know about white trash. We never think
Hmm.
that white trash is the majority of white people.
Right.
But
At
somehow we
all.
believe that
Yeah, at all.
these hood boogers are the majority of black people.
Because I think
Right.
they
And
do
that's
too
what I'm
much.
saying
Exactly.
because those 20% of
Yeah.
black trash, that's what you see on
No, no,
TV. But like
but
the 80% of normal,
No,
decent black
but
people,
here's my
you
thing.
don't
But
see them.
They
Alex, I'm gonna
control,
put
but that
I'm gonna put this out
20%
there.
controls black culture.
I'm
They
gonna put it out there.
damage.
I just said the white trash. I also talk about the Latin gangsters. Most Latinos are
Hmm.
not looked at that way.
Right.
Because
Most of them don't have tattoos on their face and they're not like
Right, right.
MS-13.
But
because
look at
but you have to be
all the
honest.
other ethnicities,
You have to be
and
honest.
then look at their worst among them. They are not highlighted as being the majority.
Because I think
Ours is, and that's a
Yeah.
bad thing.
I think it, it's at a point that it doesn't really matter. No one's trying to figure out who's bad, who's good. Like these motherfuckers are causing so much trouble and problems that people are just instinctively want to get the hell away from them. They don't want to send their children to schools with them, and so on and so forth. And that causes everyone's cost of living to go up. If I gotta move, I'll send my child to private school. You're gonna do it, and it's the unsaid problem that affects damn near everyone that is in proximity that shares any common service with them, be it the buses, the trains, the schools,
Yeah.
a plane, right?
Yeah, for
Like
sure. No, this is
they,
where you
they
get
cause a lot of
gentrification
problems,
coming in. This is where you
right?
get gentrification
Alex,
coming in.
I know.
Gentrification is the
I don't know if he
salt.
still does it.
It's really
I don't know if he still does
white
it, but
flight.
I knew a black guy who literally had to. He literally said, "Shit, I have to literally clean up my identity. I have to make sure I never go to prison. I cannot do anything wrong ever in my life." And you know what the reason why? Because his
Why?
son has a dream of being the pilot of Air Force One.
Oh yeah, that's far. You know? Yeah, that's far. Clean it up then.
He's like,
You
I
know?
Would you
can't do
actively
anything
try and
wrong.
not be a criminal?
Yeah, that's dope.
He's afraid of sneezing the wrong way because he wants that badly for his own son.
It ain't that damn hard to not be a criminal. Jesus Christ, man. Most people don't go to
Nah, it's
jail,
really
don't go to
not.
prison. You know,
That's a fact.
I think
Most people don't.
I think
That shouldn't be a goal.
someone asked, "What's the problem with blacks?" I think what's how the solution. I think the problem with blacks, honestly, is that they can be so easily used because they are probably 9 times out of 10 or 9 out of 10 of them would be for the expansion of government because they are so closely wed to it. Their economic dependence is on it. So it will always be for more government. They're always going to vote for the party that's going to be for more government. And I think they probably are just maybe socialists in mindset. A lot of blacks, Africans went to Russia, Ukraine, and were educated. Maybe that's just their mindset. I'm not sure. But from what I've seen, they're always going to vote more government, you know.
Yeah,
How
I
do we
think the
fix that
tide is
though?
turning though. I think the tide, well, it's through shit like this, to
Yeah.
be honest with you, sister. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of niggas that be paying attention to like bullshit on the internet or whatever the case may be. You know? But it's honest conversations like this, you know. This what did it for me, like listening to a couple niggas that I didn't necessarily agree with on the internet that was like promoting like all pro Trump. They just kept beating the dead horse in my mind. And I'm like, to the point where I'm like, ooh, okay, for sure. This is making sense at this point. Like, let me check off into what the fuck they talking about. And I ran my laps or whatever the case may be. I'm like, you right, you know? It took somebody to like really shake me a little bit. Like, wake the fuck up, bro. You know,
Right.
you got to get up outside of this indoctrination that you've been used to. And at this point in my life, you know, I'm all red team or whatever the case may be. But shit, if the right motherfucker come on the blue side, I'm probably finna side with that, you know. But at this
I'm
point
the
in
same.
time, I got broke up out of the matrix. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
On
Yeah,
God.
I
I'm
think it take like honest conversations like this. You know what I mean?
You
Where
do
people
mean
can actually.
Kev, you do
Go
mean
ahead.
commie red, right? Comrade?
No.
Yeah.
No.
No, I mean like gang bang red, bro. Like super shit.
Oh no. True life. True life.
Nah, I'm
Damn.
just
No,
kidding. I'm
I'm
just
the
kidding.
same way
I'm
though.
playing.
Like I consider myself a Republican, but if there's a
Yeah.
good Democrat, I will vote for them. Like I will vote for the best
Yeah.
person. I don't care if you're blue. But I mean, I've only voted twice ever. The first time I ever voted, I had just turned 18 and I voted for Obama because I was told he's black. If you're not racist, you vote for him. And then I voted for him and then I
Me
found out
too.
how pro-abortion he was and I was like, I don't believe in that. And then I found out
And you're
this
still
man's
racist
mom is
anyways.
white.
Crazy.
Then I found out this man's mom is white and he was raised by his white mom and his white grandmother and his Indonesian stepfather. And I was like, this man don't even fuck with black people. He don't even know the black side of his family. They just pushed him to us as, oh, he's black and you better vote for him or else you're racist. And then the second time I voted was just this past election. I voted for Trump. But yeah, I mean, I wish we could wake more black people up because it's like they're told, oh, Trump's racist, and they just go with that because everybody's saying it. All your friends and family are saying it, but it's like, if you really just go with the open mind, which is hard when you've been told this dude's a racist piece of shit, but if you just go with the open mind, I feel like it's hard to not realize. Like, I want to cry when I talk about Trump because I really feel like this man is so beautiful and he truly like loves America and Americans.
God,
Like
stop it.
no, for real. I don't see the racist piece of shit that hates everyone. Like, I see a man that is
Me
like,
neither.
I fucking love my people and I want the best for us.
I see a man with
Yeah.
a Hollywood star of fame who spent a lifetime being an actor.
I don't believe he's acting. I believe Trump truly loves
Here
America.
you go. There you go. Yeah, me too. To be honest.
Like people
Yeah.
say Melania is a gold digger. I really don't believe she's a gold
I
digger.
mean,
think
if you
she had
can't
money as a
trust
model.
politicians or
I don't think-
actors, who can you
I
trust?
don't think Melania had Trump money, but I think she had money, and I think she truly fell in love with him because he's a fucking amazing person. I truly believe that.
I think, Flo, I think there are some once in a lifetime people who really have their hearts in the right place. And I think Trump didn't have to do what he's doing, bro. Like, all the power in the world.
Don't you think that it's far more common though that what you get is people with good publicity? That
Turn your
Elon
goddamn
Musk
camera on
might-
so we can see your eyes. Turn your goddamn camera on so we can see your eyes.
I don't think so because
I'm gonna turn my camera on so you can see
all
my
of these
dick.
politicians, they are trained to be this
That'll
way
work.
and they're trained to know what to say. And yes, Trump was an actor and he's a businessman, but Trump's not into politics. I think Trump got into this because he was
What
like,
are you
hey, I have
talking
power,
about?
people know me, and I truly care about the people. I
Yeah,
truly believe
you
Trump
just,
loves
you just
America.
don't get to be that rich and that prominent and not know any politicians.
Well, he's
I'm
already.
not saying he doesn't know politicians, but he's not a trained politician. He's
You
not
don't
in,
get
which
to
is
do
why they
real
don't like
estate
him.
deals that size without wheeling and dealing with
That doesn't mean you
politicians.
can't have your heart in the right
And that's fine, but they still don't
So,
like
so
him.
in
And I
other
think
words,
they
he
don't like
knows
him
how to
because he
play the
doesn't follow
game.
what everyone else
So
does.
what?
Right.
He wants
So
to do
what?
what's right, not what they want him to do.
Okay, let me just say this then, because obviously you all are Pied Pipered. You're useful idiots and you're suckers, and I'll leave it there.
You know,
Okay.
Flo, I'll say
Here you
this.
go with this bullshit, Flo. Here
Okay,
go
you
with this
guys are right.
bullshit.
He really loves you. He really loves you.
Nah, listen, listen,
No,
listen,
I
bro.
don't think
You know how
any
to, you know how to,
fucking
hold on one second.
politician
Hold on,
loves
Mayo.
me.
Mayo, hold on one
Yeah,
second.
you got you
Nah,
riled
Flo know
up.
how to make his point, bro. Flo know how to make his point, bro. Make your point though. You know what I mean? And make it stick so it makes sense for people, bro. Come on.
Didn't I just do that? I think I just made, or I just pissed everyone off.
Yeah.
I think you got
Yeah,
your
all you
riled
did
up.
was come up with an
insult.
You didn't pick me up.
No, you just made yourself seem like a cucked Kamala voter.
You know,
I,
Flo,
she's an actress too. You
Flo,
cannot tell me that woman was trying to win the election. She campaigned on two things: abortion, which is the most divisive issue there is, and talking about Trump.
You know, Flo,
this is
I
a
will
woman
say
who
this.
was not trying to win the
And
campaign.
pretending she's black and disrespecting black
Yeah,
people by every time she wants to pretend she's black.
Yeah.
She put on her black scent like, oh, I'm for y'all. I'm really black like y'all. Like she thinks she's got to be ignorant to get the black vote.
Nah, hold on. That wasn't it. That wasn't it for like for
it
us
worked for
for
Hillary.
I'm white and that
for us.
offended me.
Nah, listen. This is what it did. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Let me get the floor for just a second. If you black, like the thing that for me, you know, as a an authentic or a genuine Black American, when she started talking about how she cooked collard greens, she was like, "Oh yeah," she like, "I didn't cook collard greens for a gang of niggas before." You know what I'm saying? We just put the collard greens in the bathtub and just washed them all out. Like, bitch, what the fuck, bitch? Hell, fucking no.
Yeah, that bitch put
Niggas ain't
curry in her
doing
fucking
nothing like
collard
put no
greens.
goddamn fucking washing collard greens in the goddamn bathtub. You got me fucked up, bitch.
You remember
like,
Hillary had
hell no.
Because the thing
carried a
is,
bottle
she
of hot
heard a
pepper.
story.
Yeah.
The thing is, Kamala heard a story and she tried to repeat it, but what she didn't realize is Black folks would wash collard greens in a big tub, and she thought they meant a bathtub, so she went to repeat it, but she didn't know the real story of how they actually did it because she wasn't actually around
Yeah.
Black folks. They washed it
Never.
in a tub.
Build a
Oh,
black
that's why I
never.
said she put curry in her fucking collard greens.
you know,
Because that
Flo,
bitch was raised Indian.
Flo,
Yeah,
what I
what's
will
out?
say
That's
is
out.
what I will say is this: why, I think Trump is different, like once in a lifetime candidate. As long as I've been here in DC, it's mostly been exposed as a unity party. But Trump is the one president that's been here that both sides hate him. I've never seen that before. But he doesn't go to the restaurants. He doesn't socialize with any other politicians the way, Obama would be out in the restaurants. He'd be trying to play both sides. Like, both sides really hate Trump. And he's cutting money, agencies, which really cuts at the core of how a lot of the fat that's been in DC, these people have been living for years, never having faced a layoff, a job loss. That's not normal. Most people don't have a job for 20 years and never feel threatened about a layoff. These people have done it for years.
I don't think he's part of the DC establishment. I think he's a globalist. He's a globalist. He's doing globalist shit.
That's a different thing. But I do think that, unlike, say, a Steve Jobs or, someone else, his wealth, large part of it, is tied to this country. And he has children, and he wants his buildings to be worth a lot of money 10 years, 20 years from now. And by that standpoint, we are kind of tied at the hip with him. He has a lot of assets here, unlike Bill Clinton, any of the other people. He has a lot of assets, and as his assets go, so do ours. In that sense,
He's also got assets in China.
Well, he is a global player, but the bulk of his assets are here in America, physical assets.
Look at what he's done over his first term, and now he's continuing to do. First term, he turned off the world economy for 2 years and printed more money than anybody else ever. I know it's not his fault. It's not his fault.
He didn't do that either.
Okay.
Not his last 2 years.
You're right. He's great. None of the stuff that happened on his watch was his fault. Anyways, now
he didn't make New York close down. They closed down on their own. He didn't make them close down. He was saying, "I want to open up by Easter." They kept saying, "No."
Whose marching orders were they following, John?
He can't make New York City.
Fauci's. They were following Fauci's. Who did Fauci work for?
But he can't make New York City open up.
Okay.
And Fauci was there long before Trump, right? That was his role.
Fauci was brought in by Reagan.
And Trump was
Fauci was the one that fucked up the AIDS epidemic.
Trump was his boss.
I think he should have fired him. I don't know if he can. It seems like these government workers.
He could have fired him. He didn't. Not only did he not fire him, on Trump's last day in office, his first term, he gave him a fucking award on the way out the door. Look it up.
I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying, though, Flo, is
he was being lied to just like we were.
God, you're such a just. All right.
Am I wrong?
Yes.
Who would you?
How am I wrong?
Well, you're wrong because you're making really strong claims that you can't possibly know whether or not they're true.
You can't possibly know.
You're making the same claims on the opposite side.
Yeah. Well, we can say this for sure. No. Trump like denounced Mike Pence, and there was a whole bunch of other motherfuckers where he was like, it seemed like some people like wiggled up next to me, bro. That was really like on some subversion type shit, And he cut the ties with him, whatever the case may be. But yeah, it's possible.
He should have fired
it's
Fauci.
Possible. No, he definitely should have fired Fauci. It's everything that you saying is true. You know what I mean? And everything everybody else saying it could be true as well. It might, or the truth might be somewhere in the middle. You know what I mean? But we
But
just
there are
gonna have
things
to
you
see
can
how
do
it
in
play
a
out,
business.
bro.
There are things you can do in a business that you may not be able to do politically, right? They can say, well, we're going to impeach you for you trying to cover up COVID or something to increase your chance of being reelected.
They were already impeaching him for something else, and look at what he's cutting half the government out. He obviously has the authority to. He even said that he should have fired Fauci in hindsight, but he gave him words instead.
Yes, but we're also looking at all this in hindsight.
It was
and
obvious
judging
at the
him
time.
on things he did then on what we know now.
It's crazy the devotion that people have to the Pied Piper.
It's crazy the devotion that you have against him.
I have even more devotion against. I have equal devotion against all of them. It's all actors, and we don't get any
So
say.
who do you want running the country?
Who would you like to run it?
Who's
Somebody's got to run it. Who you want to run it?
You want Kama Sutra Harris running
If they're all bad actors, who's the good one?
Yeah.
It's a performance, and it doesn't matter because we have no say in it anyways. The national politics, we don't have any say in it.
Oh,
We
if
don't vote for
have
those
any say in
people.
it, that means no one's going to be good enough anyway.
It means that you got to figure out a different way to interact with the paradigm than to invest in the way that they're trapping you in.
So apparently you might have thought about this already. So what's the best way?
No, for sure. Yeah, no, I think the best
I
way.
want to
if
hear
you wanna
Flow
take-
State's solution. That's what I want to hear.
If you want to take part,
No, you don't.
if
You want
take
to
over,
find
gotta take
find a way to attack.
No, I want to
the
hear
position
your
because-
genuine solution instead of bitching. So go for it.
Yeah,
I want to
know,
hear
'cause
your
I think we
genuine
should have Trump
solution
for
first.
No, I
20
just asked you. Don't deflect.
Well, I
I know,
wasn't
but
even going.
since I'm in
I
charge
wasn't
of
even
my
gonna
answer-
go that
Go
far. My thing is that if you've already denounced pretty much anyone who sits in the political seat as being the performance artist, now I'll even give it to you and saying that they are, then that means you also should have given enough credence to give an idea of where we
I
should
definitely
be
have more thoughts, but I want to hear Cuck Monkey's thoughts on it first
shit.
because I feel like he's about to start crying.
I asked you. I asked you.
I know you did. You did ask me
don't
first.
get
You're
to
right.
do this.
Guess
You
what?
don't
I
get
get
to
to
do
do what I want. I get to do what I want, bitch. Let's hear your
No,
thoughts
you
on it.
don't. No, you
Yes,
don't.
I do.
Dude,
See, you are about to
you're
cry.
a fucking coward who won't put your thoughts forward.
I want to hear yours first, and then I'll put them forward.
I told you, and then I asked you yours.
Man,
and you've
life's
done
not
nothing but
fair.
deflect everything else.
Life is not fair. And I'm not going to give you the fairness that you're squealing for. So if you want what you want from me, then you give me what I want from you first. Otherwise, I don't give a fuck.
No,
I'm
dude.
not talking.
No, I'm not playing your fucking stupid game because you do
Yes,
this
you
on
are.
every fucking panel you get on.
It sounds like a modern
You do
woman
this
right
on
now.
every fucking panel you get on.
Okay.
That's not necessarily true. That's
Yes,
not
it is.
necessarily
I'll
true.
just let him have it. I'll just let him
Respectfully,
have
if
it.
we can moderate this a little bit, Mayo, stop yelling. You know what I mean? Respectfully, bro. Respectfully, I say this. So, Flo, ask him
fuck
your
what you
question.
think.
You know what I mean? No,
Respectfully.
listen. No. God bless you, bro. It's all good. I'm not taking no. You know what I mean? I'm not feeling like you coming at me no type of way, but I feel like Flo probably will answer your questions or whatever the case may be. But Flo, go ahead on, fire your shit
If
off.
Mayo
man.
would just stop shrieking at me when I'm not even done speaking every time I say something, that'd be fantastic. Now, I would like to hear what Mayo Monkey thinks the solution is for the situation we're in, or if we just need to follow New Jesus.
Okay,
is that what you think,
You
Mayo
were asked
Monkey?
the question first.
I don't give a fuck.
Give us your solution.
All right.
Or
I'll
shut
wait.
the fuck up.
I care less than you do, Mayo, so I win this altercation.
Well, Flo, I think, I don't vote, but
Why come in and fucking interrupt the argument?
for the people that do vote, I mean, I think a lot of people are just happy with the DEI, some of these male playing women's sports. Just to change the whole narrative on that shit to get kind of back to normal. I think that's a good way of looking at it. People want to get back to some sense of what's normal. The Democrats been running around here telling people, let men play in women's sports, and the Republicans seem to just let it happen. But finally, somebody came through and restored some sense of normalcy. Maybe he's acting. But for the people that didn't want their child, their daughter, in the same locker room with a man, they finally feel like they got a little relief. If they were tired of hearing all that DEI shit, they finally got a little relief. If they didn't like the Ukraine shit, now they finally got somebody that seemingly sees it their way. And on a lot of little issues, people are picking and choosing, and the Democrats, the other choice, was so far extreme to the other side. he was normal by default.
Correct. That's exactly.
And he's been famous for 40 years or more. All my life, I've heard Trump's name. So, and it wasn't for bad things; it was for good things. He built buildings. Oprah Winfrey was asking him in the 80s and 90s, "When are you going to run for president?" It didn't come out of nowhere, bro. Right? And
no, it didn't come out of nowhere, not at all.
The people's love for him as an American did not come out of nowhere. Motherfuckers been rapping about him all our life.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
There was something that made the people rap about him. Right. And the conspiracy is performative, all that very well could be true too. But
it's the entertainment industry, John. It's all this. It's all the same entertainment industry.
But before he was entertainment, Flo, he was building buildings and people were aspiring to be like him. That's why the rappers, before he ever had The Apprentice, people
listen, bro. Even if it is all entertainment industry, the shit that they got going affects like what the fuck we got going. It affects our bottom line to a certain extent. You know what I'm saying?
It does.
Yeah,
and that's why you would have the politicians set up the way they were. Of course, people love Trump. You have Biden, the corpse, and Kamala, the least charismatic woman on earth, as juxtapositions. These characters aren't actual options, or shouldn't be. They serve as a juxtaposition against where it's the Hegelian dialectic. I've spoken on it several times. If you don't know what it is, look it up.
You're right about that. Yep, for sure.
And if you just look at the politics nationally, or even globally, that have happened in the last 20 years, and it's just scripted out so perfectly.
Yeah, but you can always just backtrack and then play Monday morning quarterback and just explain everything after the fact. The issue with Flo's position is that like there is no solution. You're just eternally a slave to the system.
Yes, Terry. I hate to tell you, but you can't change the national politics. Never were able to.
Well,
there are forces in this world that are bigger than you. The way
there's always a bigger bully on the playground.
I almost started answering that, but I remembered Mayo hasn't said his thoughts first. So
I almost got you, motherfucker.
Almost. That was smooth.
Flo, I tell you,
Bill Gates, Donald Trump, let me in.
If Trump's president in it tomorrow, I think the people that voted for him would be happy to see what he did in this shorter period of time. There were certain issues that people just wanted either to be exposed or to be rolled back. And there are a lot of things that he was talking that resonated with people. Now, all the other things that you're saying could be true at the same time. Two things can be true at the same time.
Someone just said shit he was talking about, like, let's downsize government. You know what I'm saying? Let's get down to brass tacks. Let's focus on America first. Like, let's get this economy together, whatever the case may be. 77 million of us voted for this man to do exactly what the fuck he's doing now, you know? And I feel like it's disingenuous to a certain extent. I don't trust the mainstream media for fuck all. Not just before Trump started talking about, you know, fake news and all the whole little shit. I just never really fuck with mainstream because it's a little biased or whatever the case may be. So they popping up these polls talking about, you know, this is like this motherfucker got the lowest approval rating and this, that, and the third. Man, them same little polls and shit, the same people that was administering these polls when they was talking about who was finna get elected, they had Kamala like heavily in the lead and all the shit. I don't believe them polls. Who the fuck are they polling? Who's running these goddamn polls? I don't believe it. Exactly. Yeah, the vote said that, you know? So anybody that be talking about this type of shit too that voted for Trump, we like still on the same accord. Like, yeah, this is what we voted for. We voted for change. Especially like with Doge, you know what I mean? Shit that's been being exposed. I give y'all like a little personal experience. I heard Elon talking about the whole Social Security shit, right? He like, man, there's a whole lot of people that's like dead that's still receiving Social Security benefits. My mother was on Social Security benefits. So when he started talking about that, like for people that's dead that's still receiving these benefits, I'm like, ooh, you know what? I'm finna tap in. I'm finna figure out how to get in contact or, you know, execute like my power of attorney or whatever the case may be. And look at her bank account and see if these Social Security benefits been still rolling in. She been dead for 17 years. You know, if that just so happens to be true, and she got like a stupid ass bank account off these benefits, Nah, hell no. I'm finna return that right back to the state, bro.
You better
know,
fucking
just to
not.
be honest.
He collecting.
Nah.
You better not return that.
Right.
You
Like,
better
I'm finna
there's
collect.
return
someone
that right
who's
back to the state.
You better
No, I
collect.
don't.
there's someone who's
No, you go into fucking
360.
prison, you take that money.
Listen, yeah, fuck all that. Yeah, I'm not finna take no penitentiary chances, but I'm also like, I'm America first. You know what I mean? I voted for this shit, and this is what's happening now. But if I see that though, you know what I mean? If I see that, I'm like, oh, right though, facts, bro. How many people have been doing the same goddamn thing? You know what I mean? Doge at this point, for all the shit that they have eliminated, they've saved everybody, the American taxpayers, $105 billion. And that equates to $665 for every American taxpayer.
Where is it
And
going?
there's an itemized list on the Doge website, bro, for everybody to go check out to see the moves that they're making. This is unprecedented. We've
That's
never
great.
seen anything like this in American politics, bro. This
That's
is a
great,
beautiful
and
thing.
I like it,
Transparency.
Kev. I like
They're
it. It's
exposing
great, and I like it,
everything.
Kev. But also, where is it going now that we found it and cut it out? Where is it going?
I don't even
It's
think it's
not. It's
going
nice to
anywhere
know.
yet,
It's
but I
nice
would
to
like
know
to
where I
know.
stayed.
Yeah,
but
but we will see.
It's not
but
going
that's
anywhere anymore,
the
wrestler.
point.
It stops. It
Yeah, I think
stops.
everything is
It
paused.
stops.
But I
It
would like to see
never.
where it goes.
Wait. Money
No.
is like a stream. It never stops. It's
The
always
revenue
flowing.
doesn't stop being generated. You think that
Always
they're going to
flow.
curb
Money
taxes?
always flows. It never stays still.
I tell you what.
No. Those things stop, bro. Okay, listen. If they let's just take like Social Security, right? All these benefits are being paid out. They've identified like how many dead people or whatever that are still receiving like benefits of this, that, and the third. It stops immediately, and that goes right back into the fund. You know, we've been hearing for years now, bro. Like Social Security ain't finna be there for you niggas in like 20 years or whatever the case may be. We got this big like problem with Social Security. We've been hearing this for the longest time, bro, since like Little Bush was in office. Oh, Social Security might be out for y'all, 20, 30 years from now. It stops, bro. Those payments stop. So that just goes back into that kitty that's there for like our real senior citizens and this, that, and the third, like people that time out, that deserve that,
No, they're not. They're not
that in
dead. I
particular.
mean, we have people who are 360 years old receiving Social Security, and we have people who are in their 200s and in their 140s and 50s and 60s receiving Social Security benefits. And that's my thing is, if we have these people receiving Social Security that are 300 years old, maybe we could pay out reparations, because if we have people that are still alive that were enslaved, I mean, why don't we go ahead and give them reparations? Since we got people who are 200 years old out here
what?
receiving Social Security.
I don't think we have the
reparations.
And Flo, one of the other big things that if Trump hadn't been elected, I don't think this would have turned out this way. Is the immigration, man. Like Trump is enforcing the law to some extent with immigration. I don't believe Kamala would have done that. And people that lived in these inner cities where migrants were treated better than citizens, that pretty much is stopped, or at least slowed down. That there is enough for most people to vote for Trump over.
I know. It was kind of Biden to serve him up such an easy dunk, wasn't it?
Yeah, but Flo, if this is all scripted, you have to take the position that the assassination attempt was scripted.
Yes, I do.
So wait a second. How many yards away was the shooter, and they clipped his ear?
Iron
so
sights.
That's the thing about me saying that I think it's scripted is I don't think that there was a bullet. I think it was a blood pack.
Man,
so the guy that passed away.
I believe they tried to kill him, and I believe they'll still try to kill him. One of my fears is that they'll keep trying to kill him.
So wait, was JFK blood packs?
No, I think he was capped. I don't think he was capped by a lone gunman on the grassy knoll.
Yeah, so like, why would they script an execution? Why would you sign up for your own execution? It's all scripted.
No, how do you not understand what I'm telling you? I don't think a bullet was shot at him.
I understand the Trump thing, but
okay, then why are you? If you don't,
the whole government system is just like actors. This is just all this like panto.
Yeah, that's what bro is saying. It was a psyop, more or less.
Yes, it's a good photo op.
But in the example of JFK, someone who died, like that's clearly not scripted.
I wasn't around back then to watch it. So I'm less confident speaking on that as to what I think about what happened then.
But would you concede that there are changes in government that happen like actually naturally? It's not just scripted.
Let's not even talk about who actually killed JFK.
Yeah, no, look, there's real changes in government going on, but one of the functions of government is the bread and the circus. You have to keep the population attention.
Yeah, but like I'm what I'm dealing with is the claim that it's like this is just all like panto. This is all just like scripted. They're all just part in the back end. And don't get me wrong, I do concede that there is a lot of like Republicans and Democrats, like they on the floor, they're like taking their shots at each other, but after the fucking cameras close, they're all having drinks in the bar together and they're all just fucking like dedicating that way.
But think about all the hearings, the congressional hearings you see where they're roasting each other, grilling each other, or think Edward, this after Snowden came out with the NSA shit, all the NSA shit's still going on. After the back doors to Twitter came out, those back doors are still open. The purpose of their job is the show. It's not to do anything with it.
What back doors?
But
What
then-
back doors are still open? What
The
back doors are still
the
open?
CIA access to. I'm going to retell this wrong. You remember that, right? A few years ago, it came out that there was CIA had access to fuck around in Twitter.
Yeah, I heard
And so-
allegations
right.
about that. Yeah, which is why like Elon bought the shit.
Yeah, and well
everybody
after
go fuck themselves.
Elon bought it, the access site was still accessible.
What access site?
There was actually a portal. The link came out, and you could. It was a government access portal. Like a login page.
Okay, on account of the
Where's
shit
the
that I
link?
showed you the other. Hold on. one
Where's the
second.
link?
Off
It's
account
under
of the
that-
shit that I showed. Nah, Flo, listen. I'm gonna give you grace on this one. I'm gonna give you grace on this one. On account of that conversation that we had offline the other day. Where it's some
Where you-
access that people don't know about. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna give you grace on that one.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll fuck with you on that. I'm not mad at that theory.
But
like
even
that,
but even
for sure.
without that one, like we all know that I'm telling the truth about the NSA shit, right? That never stopped. And that was a
I
way
don't think
bigger.
it did. Yeah, I don't think it did. Me personally,
So the circus is the circus. This is how populations have been controlled for centuries. We're just victim to it, so we don't recognize it easily.
Do you think it's a possibility that that JFK was killed because he was trying to break everybody free of this shit? And that was why he was killed.
Yeah, it's possible. I don't, like I said, I don't know enough about things back then to really
No, for
feel
sure.
as confident.
So-
It seems like really in my mind, and this is fairly speculative of me, but it seems like Bush Sr. was the beginning of the turn of things, which would make sense because he's CIA director, became president. But then
We must control our human capital.
Right,
and
and
he
he
that motherfucker
creepy,
said that in his State of the Union for sure. Yeah.
creepy, weird motherfucker.
Super weird for sure. Yeah, I'll give you some of these points, bro.
But you know what? Like it is very possible that the only reason I feel that way is because that's the oldest president I remember being in office. So,
do you think it's possible that that your views on politics and the whole American system is jaded? Do you think you might be wrong as a possibility?
I think it is likely that my view is jaded in degree, but not in form. Like we all know that our popular vote does nothing to select the president, right? That's just wide out in the open. The electorate college selects the president, and those electorates are appointed by the two parties, Republicans, Democrats. There's a closed loop system for selecting the president. We're not in it at all.
Yeah, I give you that. Yeah, I give you that.
But that's
Popular
false.
vote this time around, though.
Oh my
But
God,
yeah.
Mayo Monkey.
No, it
Show me in the
is.
Constitution where we use the popular vote to elect the president.
Are you
what
actually
Flo is getting
retarded?
at- What Flo
No,
is
this
getting
time-
at is that there are there's like a shadow government, all this kind of shit. Like we can point to things like MK Ultra, which was a thing that was leaked. That this was the CIA that was running this shit, and they were trying to manipulate.
And what's that
people
got to do with the
shit.
shadow government?
Yeah,
Little extra
like
presents.
LSD,
got a lot.
hypnosis, sensory deprivation, all this kind of shit. When
Hold
you look
on,
at
one
Charles
second.
Manson,
What's it got to do with the shadow government? Is
Yeah,
that
I'm
George
gonna link it
Bush
here.
was the director? No, hold on one second. George
Yeah.
Bush Sr. was the director of the CIA. You know what I'm saying? And the
Yes.
CIA was in control of these things called MK Ultra. You know
And
what I
that's who
mean?
killed
So
Daddy
when it comes
Bush.
to like a little connection and you want to connect the dots or whatever with the shadow government, we can't just like shut down conspiracy theories altogether. That's
That's
out.
who killed
That's
JFK.
what we're
I'm not
doing.
trying to
That's
shut
not
down
what I'm saying.
conspiracy theories. I'm trying to keep it on target.
That's
And
who
the
killed
target for
JFK.
him is to keep Trump as new Messiah. I get it, but
Well,
and
that's really
Alex,
the truth,
I
because
agree with
instead
you
of
about
being
the
on
JFK
target,
thing.
we're actually going into conspiracy theories.
Yeah,
Yes.
but like conspiracies happen, right? People make plans
Who
for
said
their
they
own.
agree with me
I agree with you about JFK.
that Daddy Bush killed JFK?
Yep, he was definitely there that day.
Okay, bet.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that either.
And what was it? So, Daddy Bush's daddy, Grandpa Bush, what was his name? He was forbidden from holding any
So, like,
political office in the
Prescott or some
U.S.
shit like
Prescott,
that?
yeah.
Like, yeah.
He was blocked from any political position or like any political activity at all in the U.S. because of his ties to, the mustache man.
Hey, you know where he was in the United States of America, where they was posted up. But at that point in time, with them, where everybody was like pumping oil, right over there in South Central Los Angeles, bro. All kind of pump jacks going on. A little George.
Who was CIA director under MK Ultra? It wasn't George Bush Sr.
No, I don't know. Let me look
MK
that up.
Ultra goes back to 53.
What the hell?
Yeah, give me a second. Let me look that up.
Yeah, so the reason why I brought up the MK Ultra thing is because the CIA basically used the same technique in terms of Charles Manson, like they to subvert this whole peace, the hippie movement with peace, love, all this kind of shit. So this whole thing of like being able to influence people by having this madman at the head is the exact same script that they use for the likes of Epstein. They have this madman that, like, how the fuck could they not have like known what the fuck this cunt was doing? But they actually did know what this was doing. They just wanted him to be in control, like to get all this information, all this blackmail that they'd be able to use to influence certain figures in the background. You know what I'm saying? And going to what Flo was saying is where this is just all an act, all the shit. I don't think it's an act where they're all like in cahoots together. I think it's just genuinely they get information and they twist the knife.
That post what?
Rez, you heard me?
I hear you. Sorry, what were you saying?
Did you catch that in the chat?
I'm looking right now. I'm trying to see why Nightbug did that.
Why what?
All right, man. So MK Ultra, that was conducted from 1953 to 1973, right? Alan Dulles, John McClone, Admiral. Okay, how do you say that? Admiral William Reborn and Richard Helms. But George, you know what I'm saying?
Alan's surname is pronounced Dulles, not Dulles.
All right, whatever. Who gives a fuck? You know what I'm
Dulles
saying?
International Airport.
The answer is nobody.
Right. Well, God bless him. You know what I mean? But George Bush Sr. took over that shit in 1976.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or not
and
senior,
what was
but
George Bush Sr. doing in 53?
Your mom.
Yeah.
Jesus.
He was tap dancing on your bitch.
No, he founded a petroleum
I don't
company.
know. Yeah, petroleum.
53.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, it gets deep though when it comes to that. You know, where they was posted up in Los Angeles, they whole little like business dealings with the, what's that little dude's name that they blamed 9/11 on? What's that little dude's name again?
Oh yeah, the dialysis guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bush
that
Sr.
guy.
got involved in oil in 1951. He got in his oil, I guess the starting of his oil industry was with a guy by the name of Overby, I think is the last name, Overby. Yeah, that was their first company formation. They were involved prior to that, but that was theirs. That was like officially that's when they began having anything in their name, anyways. That would have been 1951. Ultra was like in 1953, I think. Unfortunately, and I hate conspiracy. Yeah, Flo ain't wrong here, right? Like, there's enough things that add up to questions. They just don't have answers.
Yeah,
that's
100%.
That's why it's conspiracy theory, right? Because it doesn't have answers.
That's why you hate it.
Yeah. You hate it because you're never gonna know. You're never gonna get to what actually happened. And most of the people that are involved that you could get information.
So it doesn't actually matter.
Well, it's not that.
There you go.
Well, no.
There you
See,
go.
now hold up. That might be a problem too, because it is the case that if something is created by, let's say my granddaddy created something, right? And a business industry is based off of it.
The corncob pipe.
As it goes through inheritance, it is going to be the case that there's going to be business ventures that are still based off of that thing. So again, the concept that it doesn't matter, it could still be heavily influencing.
The reason that it matters how we understand the world, and if we look at the totality of information before us, we need to draw the most logical conclusion. Given that the most logical conclusion is almost never the official story. Actually, it would be a logical conclusion to say that the official story is not the reality as a starting point. But the clearer the rest of humanity can see the world, the clearer we can all see the world, and the less that we're influenced by Trump and shit, right? Then the better decisions we can make.
But if you can prove the Rothschilds did all this shit, what would it do today? What would the effect be? If you could prove everything.
I haven't even mentioned them.
That you think? No, I'm asking.
If it was the case that you could prove it, you probably might end up having like a liability case against the family, meaning that all of the assets that eventually boil down into, like, let's just say grandbaby Rothschilds, right? You legally could have a civil action against them. You just got to find a victim, unless the case that the government's going to lay claim to victimhood here.
I think that the more important part of that is that if you understand, the clearer of an understanding you come to how pieces are being moved on the chessboard, right? How is it that you're being played?
Oh, if you're involved in politics in any form, or if you're actually involved in government in any form, you're being played.
Well, sure. I mean, yeah, you're doing your job. You're part of the play.
Yeah.
But how are we being played? Like I said, it's about how populations are controlled. It's circuses. Like, I can't emphasize that enough. It's
What again? What would that change?
Well, I guess
you're
the
exhausting
idea.
to talk to.
I guess the idea. Damn it! I'll take it, Flo. The idea would be if you were to if your goal is to make more informed decisions, then the idea would be to be more informed, to know.
You think people make informed decisions?
Yeah, here's how you deal with Flo. Since
Don't
when
teach
did you
him
stop
shit.
sucking dick? When did you stop sucking dick?
Damn.
Jesus Christ.
You know that never stopped. Shut the fuck up. That is not the way that you deal with me.
Ask him a loaded question.
At least you're honest.
Do you deny? Do you disagree that we want to make more informed decisions?
No, I agree.
Not you.
Oh, okay, sorry.
What did you ask?
Why are you gay? Do you disagree that we want to make more informed decisions? Don't you agree with that claim that we want to be making most informed decisions we can?
I think most people should. I don't think most people do.
I didn't ask.
I think almost half the country wants somebody else to run their life.
I know it's annoying, isn't it?
That actually is an informed decision, right? Like if you know that a thing is difficult to manage, then you relegate or delegate it off to somebody else. That is still an informed decision.
Yeah, it's also, I think that's also the hero or the savior desire is a trap or a psychological trap for people.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be your own hero, Mayo Monkey. No one's coming to save your stupid fucking ass.
That's in anybody too.
Inspiration right there.
Remember when I had my first beer? It was a good time.
I'm not expecting anybody to make my life better.
Not even Trump and Elon?
No.
Okay, hold up.
Josh, you don't always have to interject. You know that, right?
I'm happy that something cut Josh's traction. Get it, Josh?
So here's the concept. Why do a thing if you don't expect the result from that thing that you did to have some type of change, right? Like, why vote for anybody? I mean, this is
yes, but he asked specifically about me.
Well, but we all do this. We all do a thing with some type of expectation of change, even if it's something so trivial as getting up and going to work.
Okay, Joshua, do you masturbate?
Yes, quite frequently, and more specifically to Flow State's calendar.
Yeah, and what
he does it while looking out at the rice paddy field.
You can buy your calendar
I do it
too.
to while I'm looking him in the eye on cam.
Oh my god!
Shoo.
That's so what's the change you expect from doing that action?
Well, everybody, their expectations
like
are based off of the things that they covet, right? Like that's going to be different per person, right? But the idea that we would do something based off of no expectation, then what do you justify doing anything for? That's the problem. The question is kind of a little bit loaded. You vote because you expect some type of change. It might not be exactly what you want, right? But it might just be close, right? But we do things with an expectation. Otherwise, we just don't do them. Why bother? And we all do fucked up shit, whether we like it or not. But we do have an expectation, and I think that's kind of a little bit...
This wasn't about expectations. This was about a payout for me.
You know, you're taking it personally. His question is generally like to you as an example when we all do this.
No, he said that Trump was going to make my world different. He was going to save me from something. I shouldn't expect anybody to save me.
Whether you like it or not, whether you vote for him or not, he's going to have an effect on everybody that exists that's a U.S. citizen.
I'm not denying that.
So then,
but I wasn't asked about. I didn't vote for Trump to save me.
Somebody say.
So it's just the phrasing off of the "save me" part that you took. It's just I don't know, whatever he said specifically, like the "save me" part.
It made it personal. It was a personal question.
I'm actually not sure if he's resisting because he's being resistant because we're not getting along, or if he's being resistant because he doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
What was your question? What was your statement? Daddy Trump's not going to save you, right?
I said the savior desire is a mental trap for lots of people that lots of people fall into, and I don't remember how I phrased the question. But yes, it was at you, but it was intended not because I want to know about you, because I'm trying to illustrate a broader point. That applies to many more people than just you. It applies to most people. Hell, I'm sure it applies to me in ways I don't know. I'm just the one sitting here calling it out. Doesn't mean I'm exempt from it.
Also, Reza, don't listen to Lindsay. She's a witch.
That's true.
I mean, that's all right. I don't have a problem with sorcery.
She practices the dark arts.
Sounds intriguing.
We will be friends, Cheriak. We will.
Bring back Salem.
Resla doesn't practice the dark arts.
Happens
Have
someday.
you not seen his background screen?
Make Salem great again.
What is that?
Ask him
noise?
about his evil little.
again. Let's
Ask him
go.
about his evil little female midget friend.
Who has
That's
a female
good story
midget?
for us.
Who knows? I was going to comment on the voting thing because the voting thing is for enacting change. If you watch the history of how we vote, it teeter-totters. It's never like we vote to have things stay the same. So I agree with Joshua that when it comes to voting, not masturbation like Teriak said, but not everything. You cast a very wide net there, but voting, people do. They go Democrat, Republican. It's always from one extreme to the other. And right now we have an autocratic extreme. People were tired of Biden's non-action.
Lindsay, my point was that the driving force behind who's in office is not at all the public vote or the popular vote. Mechanically, it's not. Our vote doesn't matter for shit who the president is.
That's not what you were talking about when I got up here.
Okay, well,
But I didn't have a comment on that because I agree mostly just because if you're a swing state, you have a better chance of mattering. But even that's pretty sketchy. So I already know my Californian vote doesn't really count for anything. But I'm one of those
The
people.
popular vote doesn't matter in any state because the electors for each state are not selected by the popular vote. They're appointed by the parties.
I realize this, and that's why I was agreeing with you.
Okay.
But what happened this year, though?
What do you mean? What happened this year? Another president was chosen.
The same
right,
one.
but the popular vote.
Yeah,
like,
how are
dictated
the electors
electoral college
decide?
this year? Yeah.
Well, the electorates are decided depending
Voting
on.
is an illusion.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Voting is a God, what are they
Placebo
called?
activity. It's a placebo activity.
Well, it's
to
a
a certain
natural, it's a
extent,
societal, it's a societal lubricant for societal, what would you say, underpinnings. Like it's just a valve. It's a pressure valve.
Yep.
It gives people an illusion that they have power of what's going on around them when they really don't.
What's going on is going on in Congress because, like you're saying, our popular vote doesn't even really matter. It's people that are assigned, and what happens is the Democrats fight the Republicans. The other parties don't matter because they have a small percentage of the vote. And then one party gets mad enough at the other one, so we've had enough socialism, this and that, so they seek the Republican end of things.
What makes you think that the parties are against each other?
They're not against each other.
Yeah, what do you
Yes,
makes you think the
I think
parties
they
are
are.
against each other?
I
No, they aren't.
absolutely think they are.
Why?
What makes you think they're against each other?
Well, the Republicans are more for small business, less government dependence, keep the Constitution the same.
Are you really think that? Do you really think that? The Republicans are some of the ones that have expanded government the most.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like the thing is no. Once you become part of,
What about all the social program that socialists and Democrats want?
Yeah, what do you think?
Those involve lots of
Republicans-
government.
The
So
Republicans
those
are
two
always saying.
things.
The Republicans are always saying we're not touching Medicare, we're not touching Social Security, we're not touching all that. We're not. Are you kidding me?
Trump just spoke on that. Trump just said
Yeah,
he aims
saying
to
he's not gonna
cut
touch it.
Medicare and Social Security and
No, he
veterans
didn't.
benefits.
No, he did not.
Yes,
He
he did.
absolutely did not.
Google
No, he
it.
absolutely. Yeah, I will. He
Google it.
absolutely did not say he was
He
cutting Medicare or
absolutely
Medi-Cal.
said
No,
that
he
he plans to do that. And
No, that-
me and you, how did you get up here even to talk?
They announced 80,000 in cuts to the VA today.
Yeah, the VA is not Medicare or Social Security. That's
I said
political.
VA, and you said that's not true. And then I said
No, I
Medicare
said
and Social Security.
the
These are
VA
things that he's discussing. He has not yet put in
VA
progress.
is-
He just took the transsexuals out of the military. He did
No,
that.
the-
Now this is
the-
his next aim. I'm not going to
the
fight with
VA
you about it because you can Google it just as well as I can,
Yeah,
and I have.
Yeah, Lindsay, the
No,
the
no,
VA
don't talk
is,
down to me. You're going to do that again. Women shouldn't get
Lin-
up here. Blah,
well,
blah,
but
blah.
Lindsay,
we-
the
what's
VA
that-
isn't a social
Resla,
programs.
can we get like a dono go going, like $20 to get a 1v1 for Lindsay
Yeah.
and her baby daddy?
Lindsay.
Blanchett, I believe in you.
No. I don't want to hear your thing. I don't want to
Half
hear
the guys on the
it.
panel were like, "Oh shit, how does they know?"
Says this. He'll jump up after I get up and he'll be like,
He's already cut
"More
Medicare.
women, let the
He's
men
already
talk."
cut Medicare and Medicaid
No, he
by
hasn't.
cutting the probationary employees out of the departments.
But if a man says it, it'll stick, right? Then he'll quit. Then he'll say, "Oh, we can entertain this."
This is
But if a
liberal
woman
hysteria
says
right
it-
here. This is liberal hysteria right here. Okay, the fact is that
I'm a Republican.
no, you're not. No woman's
Yes,
an
I
actual
am.
Republican. No, you're
Oh.
not. You're not
Okay,
an actual.
Can you please not
Lindsay.
address me? Talk to the men.
Lindsay.
Clearly, you and I don't get
Lindsay,
along.
Lindsay,
Don't make me white knight. It's too late for me to be on my white
No
knight
woman.
shit.
No woman.
I'll be
can
your
a-
Lindsay.
Yeah, no woman can be a liberal or a conservative.
Lindsay
It's
can
not
be a woman.
possible.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
it's
cute.
4 a.m. Sorry.
Would anybody else have anything to say?
But
maybe?
you can't. No, Lindsay.
Don't take the bait.
It's innately it's incomprehensible to think a woman can be an actual conservative because women innately depend on the social services of the society itself. Women can't be actual conservatives because they depend on the society or the group.
Where were we going before we got off into the Imperialist TED talk?
You
on
and
women
Joshua were
Yeah,
discussing.
Flo. I know you want to suck Lindsay's cock, but don't be a simp.
Want to?
Now-
What do you mean want to?
Well, you do. What are you defending her for? She comes on here, talks
I
shit,
mean-
and drops her balls on the table like she's a dude, and then you're sitting up here asking her like, "Don't be a
No,
dude.
actually,
You're like a shit."
she's being very
No, she's being a
reactive in
dude.
exactly a girl way.
No, she's being a dude.
And
She's
you're
acting
exploiting
masculine.
it, and Resla's checked out.
No. She's acting like a man.
I
She's acting.
spend enough time listening
acting
to you
dominant
and
and
your
assertive.
comments at Lindsay.
She's acting dominant and assertive. That's
She's
exactly
being
what
reactive
man
and
is.
emotional.
No.
Keep
She's acting
fucking over
dominant.
talking her like a fucking douchebag. Maybe you
Yeah,
shut your
because
dumb ass up. No, maybe you shut your dumb ass up and let her fucking say what she gotta say. Maybe you shut your dumb ass up and let her say what she gotta say, bro. Man, shut the fuck up, man. Maybe you shut your dumb ass up and let her say what the fuck she gotta say. I can go Big Mike, bro. Listen, bro, you not finna overtalk me, bro. You not. That's what you not finna do. You not finna overtalk me. You shut your dumb ass up. You know what I'm saying? Let her say what the fuck she gotta say. Yeah, well, you talking about simp shit. I feel like you like super threatened by a woman. You super threatened by the fact that she actually has something intelligent to say, bro.
How many prunes do you fuck with a day?
Super intelligent.
How many prunes do you fuck
You
with a day, dude?
super fucking
How many prunes
threatened
do you
by
fuck with a
something
day?
that a
You wanna
woman
be-
has to say.
Hey,
So you
Calcom,
gotta fucking
listen,
bark. You gotta
Calcom.
bark. I'm finna bark on something. I'm finna bark on
Hey,
this. Shut your dumb
Calcom,
ass up. And then you think you
Calcom,
finna throw out all
Calcom,
these
you're not white.
allegations. You know what I'm
Calcom,
saying?
you're
Ain't
not
nobody
white.
give a fuck
You're
about
not-
that, bro.
Calcom,
Don't nobody
you're
give a
not
fuck about nothing that you're talking
Calcom,
about.
you're not
You
white.
can't
Shut
hold
the fuck
court
up.
with her. That's
Shut
what
the
your
fuck
problem
you, dude.
is. You
Can't go
cannot
fuck you,
hold
dude.
court with her.
Can't
You
go
can't
fuck
hold
you.
court with her. You
Go
can't
fuck
hold
with
court
you.
with Lindsay. You
Can't
can't
go
hold
fuck
court
with
with
you.
her, bro. You're
Can't
not
go
smart
fuck with you.
enough.
You're a giant
Your
simp,
intellect
dude.
ain't there, bro.
You're
You're
a
not hard
giant
enough. You
simp.
ain't charged up
You're a
enough. You ain't
giant
none of
simp,
that, bro.
dude.
You can't
You're a
hold court
giant
with her.
simp,
And
dude.
that's why your
You're a
dumb
giant
ass.
simp for a
Yo,
woman
you're
you've never
giant
even
simp.
seen.
You can say,
You're a
yeah, you
simp
can
for a
say
woman
all
you've
that,
never
bro. I'm
seen.
all about
You're a
intellect.
what?
Some of your dumb ass don't know nothing about. Some of your dumb ass don't know nothing
You're
about.
black,
You don't know
dude.
nothing about
You're
that, bro.
black. What
You don't know
intellect?
nothing about that.
You're black, dude. What
Say something
intellect?
smart. Say something smart. Say
You're
something
black.
smart.
What
Say
intellect
something
do you
smart.
have?
Say something smart.
I just did. You're black. You don't have intellect. I just did, Calcom
I
X.
rest my case. I rest my
just
case.
did, Calcom X. You
I
came
rest
in
my
and
case. I rest my case.
Yeah, exactly.
I rest my
I
case.
have more intelligence in my dickhead than you
I
have in
rest
your
my
entire
case.
life. What
I rest
degrees
my
do you
case.
have? What intelligence
I
do you
rest
have?
my
What
case.
degrees?
I rest
Degrees
my
do you have?
case.
Yeah, you chimped out and the
That's your
coke
rebuttal.
wore off. The
I
coke
rest
wore off.
my
What,
case. I rest
sir,
my
sir,
case.
what
That's your
intelligence do you
rebuttal.
have?
I rest my
What
case.
intelligence do you have? What intelligence do you have? What degrees do you have, sir? What degrees do you have? Do you have a JD? Do you have an LLM? I do. What do you have, sir? What white institution did you go
What's your
to?
bank account look like? Let's talk
Sir,
about that.
sir, I make $285,000 a year.
What's your bank account look like?
Sir, my bank account's just fine. Now, sir, I want you to tell me.
Drop it.
What
No.
white
Because I'm all about let's talk money.
No,
Let's
sir,
talk money.
we will talk.
No,
What white
fuck all that.
institution?
Let's talk money
What
then. Let's
white
talk money then. Let's
institution
talk money
directed
then.
you into how to be
Let's-
intelligent? What
let's
white institution
talk
directed you on
money.
language?
Let's talk
Sir,
money
black
then.
people don't have money.
Let's talk money.
You don't have black people don't have money, sir.
Okay, let's find out about
You're Talcum X. You don't have money.
Okay.
Listen, sir, I know you want to be white so bad.
I'm all about a super chat war. I'm all about a super chat war. You know what I'm saying? Let's play. Let's play Big Bank take Lil Bank.
I don't want to hurt your rent.
Take Lil Bank.
I don't want to hurt your rent.
Take Lil Bank.
I don't want to hurt your rent.
Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that.
Sir,
shut your dumb ass up then. Shut the fuck up, bro.
Waste your rent like you wasted on
drugs. While you trying to insert yourself,
waste your rent like you wasted on drugs.
Big dick and you want to try to play the race card and this, that, and the third. What I'm saying is, you can't hold court with Lizzie. You can't hold court with Lizzie. And that's why you're trying to divert the conversation.
No, sir, she
to try to attack me in a certain side.
No, sir. You came in here and ran your mouth.
No, shut the fuck up.
You ran your mouth because you couldn't understand a guy with...
bro. Let's play Big Bank, take Lil Bank. You know what I'm saying?
You're not anywhere.
Since you want to have a dick swinging contest, let's play Big Bank,
you're not anywhere.
Let's do that.
Sir, you're not anywhere. You're not anywhere. Sir, you're on the internet. Sir, you're on the internet trying to pretend a white knight for a woman you've never met.
Let's play Big Bank, take Lil Bank.
I know you want to waste your rent money.
Shut your dumb ass up.
I know you waste your rent money. I know you waste your rent money.
Big Bank, take Lil Bank.
Sir, waste your money.
Yeah, all the deflection is great.
Waste your money.
Yeah. I got money to waste,
bitch. I know you have no money. The reason I know you have no money is because if you have actual money, you don't waste it.
What you got to think. I don't care what you think.
If you have actual money, you don't waste it.
You don't have.
If you have actual money, you don't waste it. That's why I know you don't have any. You're ghetto fabulous. You're ghetto fabulous. Your car's under your mom's name. Your car's under your mom's name, dude. You're ghetto fabulous, dude. You can waste your rent money on super chats all you want.
Yeah, I'm ghetto fabulous.
Yeah, I know you can waste your rent money on super chats all you want to defend a white knight woman you've never met.
Yes, sir.
A woman you've never met and you'll never bang, and you're gonna waste your rent money. Are you gonna waste your rent money on a woman you've never met? Are you gonna waste your rent money on a woman you've never met?
For sure. Yep. I'll be homeless next month.
Waste it on a white girl that you're never gonna bang. Go ahead, I'll wait for it. No, it'll make me laugh. Go ahead and wait. Do it then. Do it, and I'll laugh that it shows you're a white knight for a woman you've never met. You're a white knight for a woman you've never met, bro. A white knight for a woman you've never met and you never will meet. Sir, let's say I'm broke. You're a simp. Let's say I'm broke. You're a simp.
You're definitely broke.
Sir, even if I'm broke, let's say I make nothing. Let's say I make nothing. You're broke for a woman.
You like to chase her
you
around
broke
the
for a
fucking
woman.
internet doing
You're
this
broke for a
weirdo
woman,
ass
dude.
shit, bro.
You're
You like to
broke
chase
for a
her
woman,
around with
dude.
this weirdo ass shit,
You're broke for a woman. It's weird to stand up for a woman you've never met.
Your mother is disappointed in you. Your father is disappointed in you.
Your mother's not disappointed in me.
Your aunties
but your mom's not disappointed in me.
You are a
your mother's not
bitch,
disappointed in me.
Shit, bro.
But your mom's not disappointed in me, dude.
You got nothing.
Your mom's not disappointed in me, bro.
You got nothing. Your mother's not disappointed
I have
in
you
me
right
either,
here.
bro. I'm out here
I have
handling
you.
business, bro.
I have you
Business
eating
owner,
my
all
balls
that.
right now.
Let's play Big Bank.
I have
take
you
Lil
eating my
Bank.
balls
Well,
right now.
shut your dumb
I
ass
have
up.
you.
Let's
You
take
keep
Big-
saying.
Let's
You
play
keep saying
Big
do
Bank,
it
take
then,
Lil
Rick.
Bank.
Waste your rent money.
Exactly, bro.
Waste
Shut
your rent money and
dumb
do it.
ass up then.
And waste
Shut
your
the
rent
fuck
money
up.
and do it. Waste
I
your
got
rent money and
money
do
to
it. Go
waste,
ahead and
bitch.
waste your
Yeah,
rent
I got
money.
money to throw
Go
away.
ahead and
That's
waste
what
your
I
rent
do
money
got.
and do
You
it.
ain't got that.
Go
I got
ahead and
that.
waste your
So
rent
while
money
we
and do
talking
it.
about while we talking about money
Then
and
let's do
college
it. Go
degrees
and
and
waste
all
your
that
rent
other
money.
little shit, I don't give a fuck
Waste
what
your
you
rent
talking
money.
about. Let's
Waste your
play
rent money.
Big Bank, take
Waste
Lil Bank.
exactly. Waste
Let's
your
do
rent
that.
money. Go
Let's
ahead.
do that.
Waste your rent
Okay,
money.
let's go for
Go
it
waste
then,
your
bro.
rent
Let's
money.
go for it. Let's go for
Go
it then.
okay,
Let's go
waste
for
your
it
rent
then.
money so
Let's
I
go
can
for
laugh
it
on
then.
you.
All right, come
Go
on. Let's
waste
go
your
for
rent
it
money
then.
so I can hit.
Let's
Go
go for
waste
it
your.
then.
Do it then. I'm
Yep.
waiting.
Let's
I'm
go
waiting.
for it
Waste your
then.
rent
I'm
money.
waiting on
Waste your.
you. I'm waiting on you,
I don't have to
motherfucker.
silence you. You're
I'm
entertaining
matching
me.
everything you
You're
putting up,
entertaining
bitch.
me.
Matter of
You're
fact, I'm finna
entertaining me.
double
Why would I
everything you put
silence
up,
you?
I'm doubling everything.
Why
up.
would I
Yeah,
silence
shut
you?
your
You're
stupid
entertaining
ass
me.
up. Shut the
You're
fuck
entertaining
up,
me
bro.
like my
You
monkey.
ain't
Why would I
shit,
silence
bro.
you?
Oh,
You're entertaining me like my monkey. Why would I silence you?
No, the whole little shit.
Why would I
Exactly,
silence
bro.
you?
Cause
You're
ain't
my
got
monkey.
nothing
Why
to
would I silence
me,
you?
fool? Bro,
Why
I'm
would I
right here
silence
with
you? You're my
match
monkey.
your
You're
energy, bro.
entertaining me.
I'm right here with your dumb
You ain't
ass.
gonna do
What's
anything.
happening?
You
What's
still haven't said
happening?
anything. Send the money in, monkey. Entertain me. Send the money in.
What the fuck?
Send the money in, monkey. Let me entertain me. Monkey, entertain me. Send the money in. Send the money in, monkey. Entertain me. You're entertaining me, monkey. Send the money in now. Let me entertain me. Come on, monkey. Send the money in, monkey. Come on, Chimp Boy, send the money in and
That's what I
entertain me
thought,
now.
bro. Bow it
Come on,
down,
Chimp.
bro. You
Come on,
broke,
chimp.
bitch.
I'm not
Bow
done
it
yet,
the fuck
chimp.
down. Nah, bow
I'm
it
not
the fuck
done,
down.
chimp.
You broke.
I can
You
go
broke.
on all day, chimp.
You're broke. Me too.
You better get him back. You better get him back.
I can go on all day, Donkey Kong. I can go on
me
all day,
too,
Donkey
bro.
Kong.
Me too. You broke.
I
So
can go
shut the
exactly
fuck up.
because
Nah, we
you
figured
live
it
on
out.
welfare.
Listen,
You're
you're
on
broke.
welfare. Of course you
You're
can
broke.
go all day.
You're broke.
You're on
broke.
Section 8.
You're broke, bro.
God, what
You're
part
broke.
of 8 Mile do
are
you live
broke.
on?
You're
What part of
broke.
8 Mile do you live on,
The
loser?
7th mile, bitch. You still
Yeah, exactly.
broke.
A
Shut
shithole.
up.
A
You're
shithole.
broke.
Come live in
You're
Newport
broke.
Beach, you fucking queer.
You're broke.
You couldn't
You're broke.
afford Newport Beach if you wanted to, queer.
You're broke.
Yeah,
You're
exactly. I'm
broke.
broke. Okay, my college
broke.
education costs more than your entire fucking make in your life.
You're broke.
Yeah, exactly. That's broke.
You're
Exactly. You
broke.
still say you're gonna pay big bucks, then pay it so I can laugh at you that you paid your
You're
rent money to
broke.
silence someone on the internet
broke.
for a woman that you've never met, you simp. A
You're
woman
broke.
that you've never met and never will meet, you simp.
Keep yelling, bro.
Yeah,
You're
you
broke.
simp. That woman you've never met.
Yelling.
No, I don't have to yell. You yelled, sir.
You're
The
broke.
coke wore off, and the sperm that you sucked wore off, and
You're
now you have no
broke.
energy.
You're
The
broke.
gay
bro.
semen
You're
that you
broke.
sucked didn't give you any more energy, sir.
Your avatar.
Sir,
and your
sir.
screen name
My
says
avatar means nothing.
Lindsay's
You
baby
argued.
daddy,
You
bro.
argued for a woman
You're
you've
a
never met and you've
weirdo.
never
You are a
seen.
weirdo.
It's
I
weird.
fuck with
It's
Lindsay.
weird
I
for
fuck with
a
Lindsay
half
tough.
black
I
man
fuck with
to
Lindsay
simp for a
tough.
white woman.
You're
It's
broke,
weird for a
bitch.
half black man to
You're
simp for a
broke.
white woman, dude.
You're broke.
It's really
You're broke.
weird, dude.
You're
Whether
broke,
I'm
bro.
broke, let's say I'm broke. You're a
You
simp.
are
That's
broke.
worse.
No,
You're
we're not
broke
gonna
for a
say you're
woman.
broke. You are
Let's
broke.
say I live on the corner and I'm talking to
You're
you from
broke.
a public library.
You're broke.
You
You're broke.
still are broke for a woman. I'd
You're
rather be
broke.
broke for myself than you broke for a woman.
Exactly.
Dude,
You're broke. You're broke.
okay, sir, if you're the one talking about money, I'm still waiting for you to silence me over a woman that you've never met.
You're
Put the
broke,
money in
bitch.
so I can laugh at me,
You're broke.
so I can laugh at you, you chimp.
You're
Do
broke.
it. Send the money in, chimp.
You
I
broke.
think you're
fool.
both
Send it in, you damn monkey. You got.
Oh no,
Come
OG,
on,
you better
dude, send your
better
rent
hit
money
the
in.
one.
Come on, you fucking you moon cricket. Send the fucking money in. Send it in, moon cricket.
What the fuck's a moon cricket?
Second one.
Let's go, you porch monkey. Send the fucking money in. If you're gonna entertain me, do it. Don't babble about it.
Yeah.
You're here for my entertainment, you fucking chimp.
That's how I know you broke.
Gotcha.
Bro.
No,
You
shut
all
up,
racist.
chimp. You're simping
Yeah.
for a white woman,
You
dude.
go
You're
all
more embarrassing
racist.
black people than you could
Yeah.
ever imagine, dude.
Yeah,
You
for
fucking
sure.
talcum
All
X
that.
half breed.
Yeah.
Shut the. Fucking stupid
motherfucker, bro.
spade up here. You can't fucking defend, and now you ran out of energy,
God,
just like the
let's keep
simp
it
you
going.
are, dude. You can't. You're a simp because you fight for women.
Yeah,
You
all
dumb
that.
fucking faggot.
All that.
Dude, are you
stuff.
kidding me? You fucking sit there for women and simp. Your energy comes up from sucking the woman.
No job, baby. And my pockets don't seem to have a jingle. Oh Lord.
Dude, my black cousins
for
would
you.
call you the
Appreciate you,
N-word
Mayo.
every fucking day because you're a simp.
Bet they would.
You are a
Bet they would.
fucking simp,
Nah,
dude.
God
The
bless you,
fact
bro.
that
I'ma
you would
pray for
simp
you,
for
bro.
a
I'ma
white
pray
woman
for
that
your
you've
broke
never
ass.
met and you never will meet shows
I'ma
you're a
pray for you,
fucking
bro.
simp and you're
I'ma
the
pray for
disgrace
your
to the
broke
black
ass.
race, dude.
You're broke.
You're a disgrace to
You're
your
broke.
fucking race, dude.
You're
You're a
broke, bro.
disgrace to your
You see how-
fucking race.
You see how triggered you are, fool?
No,
You see how
you're triggered
you
that
are?
you had to come up here and talk to
I'm
me because a
chilling.
fucking
I've been up
woman,
here
dude.
all
A
night, bro.
fucking
I've been up
woman.
here all night.
A
Yes.
fucking
Keep
woman,
yelling.
dude.
Exactly.
Yeah,
bro.
because
triggered.
you would rather live on your knees than die on your feet, you fucking simp. You would rather fucking be a slave to a woman you've never met, you fucking bitch.
Yeah, all that.
Yeah,
bro.
dude, you're a
Broke,
bitch, dude. You're a
Shut
straight
up.
bitch, dude.
You're broke,
You're a
though,
straight
dog.
bitch, dude.
Listen, all that. All
You're
that.
a straight
I'll be on
bitch, dude. Your
vacation,
money, you
bro.
still haven't put it here. Put your $500 down so I can fucking leave here and I can laugh all the way and know that your chimp ass is gonna ask the government for more money. Do it, you
Yep.
fucking fag.
Yep, that's what I'm finna do for sure. Yep. Keep
Put
crashing.
the 500. People put $500 to silence me on CT show, you fucking faggot. Do it.
Yeah.
Do it, you
all
fucking. Where's your big buck? Put your 500 bucks in to silence me, you piece of shit.
Racist.
Put it at racist. Why is racism wrong, you fucking queer? You can't tell me why it's wrong. You have no morals, you little bitch. What does epistemology mean, you fucking queer? What does epistemology mean, you queer? What is ontology?
It's exactly what it sounds like.
Oh, whoa, this was exciting. This was exciting. Hey man, let me do this real quick, man. For those who came through and supported the thing, Kev, Mayo, Marcus, man, appreciate y'all. You see, when you come through and you show support, man, we let you rock. We don't trip out, you know what I'm saying? But we appreciate everybody coming through tonight. It was an insightful show. We had fun. But Resla, you got anything for him, brother?
Yeah, I'll be doing a live tomorrow for Opinionated. So yeah, they'll be that.
Hey, make sure y'all be there for Opinionated tomorrow. Make sure you lock in. If you need it, put the notify me on there. Click that motherfucker. And as soon as you see it come across your screen, notify me. Hey, make sure you locked in. And I ain't doing nothing tomorrow, but I will be hollering at y'all Saturday for the chilling on the porch. So if you want to come by and chill with me on the porch for a little bit, and then we're gonna swing over there. You know, we're gonna go over there and see Resla before, you know what I'm saying, the night over with. So you know how we always do. So hey, appreciate everybody coming through, man, and we are up out of here.
Truck, rolling through the block, trolling through the block, chain slinging heavy clout, spitting on the mic, what's the latest, what's about? Politicians tripping, headlines flipping out in the heart of the South, where the whispers turn to shouts. Meetings in the shadows, hustlers making plans, deals going down, gripping tight, shaking hands. City buzzing loud, news dap in demand. Dirty South vibe, deep roots, dirty land. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth or a tale to sin. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Rappers on the come up, topics in their rhymes. Truth spilling raw, cutting through the grime. Events popping off, party scenes in their prime. Southern nights wild, about to lose track of time. Headlines breaking, cities heartbeat racing. Discussions, heavy heads nodding syncopation. From the bodega gossip to the mayor's dictation. Southside stories, raw truth, no hesitation. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth or a tale to sin. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth or a tale to sin. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth or a tale to sin. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Rappers on the come up, topics in their rhymes. Truth spilling raw, cutting through the grime. Events popping off, party scenes in their prime. Southern nights wild, about to lose track of time. Headlines breaking, cities heartbeat racing. Discussions, heavy heads nodding syncopation. From the bodega gossip to the mayor's dictation. Southside stories, raw truth, no hesitation. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth or a tale to sin. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth or a tale to sin. Dirty South, live